Lance,
Hmm?
you recall, firstly, the thing that just happened before you. I can't really call it blackout. It's more of a.
Collapse.
Well, normally when you collapse in that way, you black out. That's not really what
Hmm?
happened. You you remember going, "Oh fuck, that's a full Ragnarok. I should probably do something." And your first impulse is not your, I believe it was striker or guardian weapon, something big enough to take the blows. And you you go to take out something that would do it. And the first thing that responds to you, though not properly, is a weapon you did not realize was the real deal until years into your adventure, Earthshaker. You
Hmm.
had just gotten it out of a gachapon, more or less, from a school where anybody could have grabbed it, but you did.
Hmm.
And you thought it was just an elaborate scam, a very good copy. But summoning it now, then, before, you don't you don't know how you could have faked this. The feeling of not wearing armor, but know you're safe and protected for just the moments that you had it out, and then it's 5 seconds of, oh, I shouldn't have done that. And everything goes white. And you don't feel yourself being picked up. You don't feel yourself being carried off. You don't hear any voices. There's nothing. It is white. It is bright. It is the sun. And you blink, and you can only describe it as older. You feel different. Your bones feel heavier. A few of them feel healed incorrectly from previous fractures and breaks, but you're in all you can think of is, well, that comes with the age. And you turn halfway to one of your friends, a a particularly tall, dark-skinned man, uh, older like you, around your age, tied back into a bun as messy as it can get without falling out, and dressed nicely, but mostly just as a formality. In colors you recognize and remember as the Royal Kingdom of Light, but only in honorary terms. Uh, Dual colored eyes, and he sees you look at him. It's just like, don't say anything. Having broken bones comes free with your keyblade, and everyone around you just groans. There's a bit of a laugh from a feminine voice and a sigh from another feminine one. And you just feel a heavy hand on your head as a reprimand, a correction of stop that, not the time. And in front of you is blonde hair, long, but mostly just because too busy to keep up on it. Nice and well kept, but just long. A perfect golden blonde. And happier than you've ever seen this man on TV, on any public speech, and informal regalia, but again, from what you recall, it was a warning of the person we're going to visit is all about formalities for people he doesn't care about very much, and I like to harass him about it. And you see the tower, you see the land beyond it and around it, and no one really visits here anymore, too scared of the owner of the world. And you know well that this man does not care who's afraid of him or not. He's too busy reading, learning. And there's barely a knock of warning on the door, as this is all first person, by the way. You don't see yourself outside. It is you. You are here, and you know it's you. And you are grinning, you are excited, but mostly just to see how many things you can get away with saying before there's a correction from the master of the wizard's tower. It is one of your goals, it always has been, to do this, to hire people in power. And so far, it's earned you quite a few allies and maybe a few rivals. The knock on the door, and it's, "Oi! Are you out of your man cave, man?" From the king of the Kingdom of Light, speaking plainly, casually, as if the person inside is someone he's known his whole life. And there's a, you can only call it a sigh from the world itself, reluctant and already exasperated. But the door opens on its own, and you hear nothing from inside, but blue eyes turn to face you with a bit of a crinkle around the edges, older than most in his age of being a prince of, well, a king of light, and also a genuine king and a keyblade builder. He is stacking debuffs and looks good for his age. And it's just, well, after you all. And I think you, Lance, you wait for the others, and mostly out of courtesy, mostly out of habit, because they're all higher ranked than you, but they don't really see it that way. You've always done this. You see the dual-eyed man, and dressed nicely but not formally. You see a woman with bright purple hair and looking a little nervous, a little shy. You see a Furbolg. You see someone who honestly shouldn't really be here. Apparently the schedule didn't work out and yet is still here. A young woman, short, chubby, stout, dark-skinned, and covered in stains that seem to not leave, even in her nicest clothes. There's others you don't recognize. You here do, but it's all fuzzy, like listening to a name through TV static. It doesn't work very well, it hurts your head. And you walk in, and it's floor to ceiling in books. There's suits of armor that have seen seemingly no wear. There's chairs that are knocked over, some broken, some hovering. There's a static electricity of magic. And everyone's just looking around, as if someone would show up. And the king steps forward, looks directly upward, as if in the center of the room, goes, "Let's stop being like this. You have visitors." And you all look up, and it's someone sitting in the air, casually dressed, but still far more nicely dressed than any of you. And doesn't even look down, just addresses the king directly, by name, first name. "Arthur, do I have visitors, or did you bring your visitors to me?" "Doesn't matter. You could use some fresh air. After all, you've been here for about 6 months now." "Like it's my house or something, Arthur. What, do you expect me to leave to deal with the rest of the world looking at me strangely because of what I am?" "Oh, come on, I've already overturned that law." "You've overturned it. It's only been 10 years, man." And there's a laugh between them, as this, now you've noticed, is very short man. Freckled and sun-kissed is all you could say. Long hair, well kept despite seemingly a hermit, and just looks around at all of you, as if in recognition of all of you. "You've brought me a bunch of nobles, and a few who were aiming for rank, I see. Why?" And you don't recall the whole memory. You just remember the warmth of, he never really smiled, but there, you don't have to smile to be warm and open and inviting. You do get him to roll his eyes a couple of times at one of your jokes. One that you catch him off guard with, and another he knowingly walks into to make everyone else groan and laugh. Everyone's happy here. This is the first time you've met everyone. This is the first time you've made genuine friends. And it's not that you didn't try, and it's not that you didn't want to, it's your family has a very, very dark history. There's nothing really you can do about that. And it's a fond memory. It's warm, though you don't recall every conversation. You don't know how many times you visit Archmage Ambrosius' wizard tower, his world that he commands. But eventually he says something odd. He looks worried and concerned, and nobody's, even from a stereotypical point of view, even from the point of view you've earned of encountering him and other nobodies now. Worry of that extent is not something they often feel enough to show. So you ask, you have your wings out, and it's normal. He's not going to rat you out on this. No one's going to believe him anyway. He keeps everything to himself, according to His Majesty, as you tease him with nowadays. Even though he's insisted you just call him Arthur. After all, you're friends, right? It's been a long time since you felt this at ease around somebody, and they felt at ease around you, so you ask, what's up? Something bothering you? And there's a thought in the back of your head in this memory of, I could make a joke to make it easier, but that might not be the best thing if it's really that bad. And you don't crack the joke, but looking back on it, you kind of wish you did. As he shakes his head and goes, no, just a odd meeting with some odd people. I don't know, something's weird. I don't have a good feeling about something they said, but I could just be overreacting. Do you think Lance would have asked then? Just with no context of what would have followed? What would he have said? In response to, I think I'm just overreacting, nervous. Looking too deep into their words. No context for everything, anything that followed.
Whose words? I mean, if they're bothering you that much, it seems like you could use a shoulder or an ear to listen.
You remember him nodding, and he says something to you, names that mean nothing to you. They're not even noble enough as a lady and lord. You have no information on them. You have no idea how they would have secured an appointment with somebody who is on the same level as a world leader like Arthur.
Mm.
You want to reassure him, but both of you just kind of agree. Maybe it's because both of you are sleep deprived right now, both equally stressed from work, and you brush it aside. You had no idea how you could have predicted what happened. You have no idea how you could have managed to even detect it. And you blink. It's not really a blink so much as a redirection of focus. You're younger, teenager. You have no idea how, but in this situation, you don't see anything odd. You're visiting the Royal Kingdom of Light for the first time with your older sister and your father. Your father's meeting up with the Ambrosi family and making new amends. It was an odd reach out from the family, and they don't normally talk to people. They're all nobodies and partial heartless. And even you at the time were a little hesitant on it. Maybe it was just a scam. And you have
not the Nigerian prince.
Yeah. And your sister had nudged you of maybe they're trying to prove that they're not just another nobody. And you are nicely dressed, and so is she, and your father is always formally dressed, no matter if it's at home or not, so it's not anything strange. And you're in the room where everyone is discussing arrangements and connections, and you see the door swing open. A young man. In this moment, you don't recognize him at all. Short, fluffy, black hair that ends in red, and no one seems to notice it at all, as if it's a daily occurrence to see such a natural fade. While confused, unsure, unsteady, as if he just woke up and was late to his own meeting. A little younger than you, a year maybe. Well built, as if he's always been training his whole life. And he looks around the room. He spots you, and he suddenly looks delighted. You have no idea why. He rushes over to you while your father and you assume his parents are talking from the connection of hair color. And he excitedly reaches up for your hands and takes them and starts talking to you, as if you've known each other since you were born. And he says things you think he might have just dreamt, and you instinctively pull your hands back. You see him look confused. Lance, what? What's up? Is something bothering you today? What does Lance say in response to this 15-year-old boy excitedly speaking to him that he's never seen before in his life?
It's that like the customer service smile, but no less like it's just like sorry, do I have we met before?
You see this kid, younger than you, but higher status, far higher status already from birth, step back as if you've wounded him somehow. Confused, looking between you, your father, his parents, who are also tilting their head in an odd way, like that was strange of you. You don't have that response to anyone. You see the red-haired woman, long red hair, bright enough to be flames. And she says something you don't recall, a voice motherly but playful. You assume it's a comment on him not normally doing that, and you don't get a name, but he shies away. Right. Okay. Yeah, sorry, sorry. And you don't know why, but there's something in your chest that says something's wrong, but it's not enough to reach out, and you watch him leave the room. It's not sulking, but thinking. Confused. And your memory shifts again. Through several...
Mera,
Yeah.
can I, human being, try to discern who those people were?
Yeah!
What do I need to roll for you to tell just me, Zed, who those people were?
I will say Nia knows both of them, because has one of them. Yeah, it's Lex's...
Oh!
Yeah, Lex's parents. They weren't always gone.
Oh my god. Nia has a gun in her mouth.
Yeah,
Alright. I didn't mean to interrupt too much.
you're good. There are some things that Nia specifically knows, unfortunately. And I was like, oh right, yeah. Nia. But the attention of your memory shifts again. You can't possibly recollect which loop this was, but you know it's really early. One of the first few after that one. 5, 6 maybe. You recall there being on the news that one of the heiresses of a noble house is missing. And there's concern about kidnapping, about ransoms. But there's no one calling for weeks after her disappearance. And the whole house is politely requested to not make requests for any alcohol to be shipped to them. And you're vaguely paying attention to the words your father is updating you on as a viscount, as there's too much going on. You don't really pay attention to any of it. You don't really have any interest in whatever other nobles are doing and fucking with nowadays. But he says something that catches your attention. Something about a nobody and the crown prince of the Royal Kingdom of Light have made a public decree. Despite being just your age, you assume it's a royal thing and not a noble thing, and brush it aside for 2 seconds before you hear your father casually inform you of the nobody has officially become the prince's bodyguard. I don't know how long that'll last. Too many assassins. You know how royalty goes. I'm sure he'll be out before the week's end, especially with him being a nobody. Even with his family. Goodness. And
Yay, racism!
your father is
that
always...
legal?
What are you questioning in this memory?
Is that legal?
What is?
Having a nobody in such high position.
Royalty.
Yeah.
Your father shrugs. In this memory, you assume that it's royalty can get away with whatever they want if they just wave their hand and pay for it, so you assume it's just the same. You also assume if someone of just noble rank, no matter how high, tried to do that, they would have to do so much paperwork. You're not sure if the royals ever did it. They might have just hand waved it. And your attention shifts again. The loop right after that. It's another thing that Lance doesn't really pay attention to. It's more of an offhanded thing that your sister brings up, and while talking to your aunt, who is far more gossipy than anyone else in the family. She says that your mother was visiting the Royal Kingdom of Light, something about her other job requiring it, a meetup with those in the Light Circle. And she informs mostly your older sister, and you catch it while you're walking through the room, a commentary of, now, you didn't hear this from me, Elaine, but I hear that they're trying to do a cover-up of some failed mission for the new bodyguard. Look at the kid. You were very small at the time. You're just trying to find mom and dad. And your older sister loves chatting. There's, as far as I know, that's kind of hard, already watching on him because he's a nobody. Though they say something has changed about him. Calmer. I think being docile looks good on him. Maybe he'll be a fine husband for somebody now, later on in his life. And your attention shifts again. It flickers through various memories of people you've met. You recall a time where you did encounter Arthur with Lex. Mostly on formal business. Once or twice when you were an emissary of your own. And it takes about 20 normal times before you're about 25. And you've tried to keep your distance in this loop. It's not really anything that you recall. It's not really anything that bothers you. This is about 40 loops in. You are minding your own business during a gala. You, in this memory, you are reluctant to stay, but if you leave, it'll cause more problems than you just being standoffish at a table.
Mm.
You don't like these things. They're loud and annoying and fake. Being at a masquerade would be less of a mask. But you hear well-attended to armor approach you. You know what each individual armor set sounds like, so you know a crown's guard is approaching you of some kind. So you look up. You don't have to address the guard any kinder than anybody else does. And you see horrendously tired blue eyes and black hair that fades into red. And despite being a year younger than you and far more prestigious, he looks like he's seen horrors he cannot possibly tell you about. And his voice is tired. More tired than anything else about him, and he goes, I know you don't know me. You never do. And I don't know why. But I'm sorry. I'm gonna try and fix this. I think I'm the only one who can. And he turns and leaves. What do
For
you
the
think?
entire rest of the night, he's going to be rotating that brief bit in his mind.
And then your attention shifts again. 10 loops later. 50. He approaches you again. You're 32. He's 31. You're fighting alongside him on the battlefield. You kind of always knew he was ruthless, but caring of his soldiers is not something you expected. He's on the ground, heavy breathing and standing back up, even though he should have gone down from that one. And you stare at him, a cleric in this one, going, I think you should stay down or at least go see a medic. I'm a little low on my mana right now, man. And he shakes his head. Doesn't matter anyway. If I go down, we go back. And you stare at him. I think you ask what he means.
Yeah, it's just the go back where?
You're not gonna remember anyway. No one does. It's okay. I got this. I'll fix it. I told you, remember? And you blink, and you shift attention. A later loop, 5 more. It's a weird feeling when you attend this meeting. You're surrounded by faces you've never met, but you, current day, recognize. Alexios Ambrosi, head of the Royal Guard. Recently coronated King Arthur Pendraco. Adjusting to the idea of being king, and honestly not that great at it, but at least he's earnest. He sports blonde hair in this one. You still haven't gotten used to it. You don't know when he went so dark, despite being a Prince of Light. But that's not your thought here. You see those two at the end of the table across from you. You are a representative, a Archduke now, of your own accord. A different way, and you don't really care to recall. You're not interested in that. You see a common folk, though she rolls her eyes every time you mention it, even playfully. She seems more annoyed that it has to be pointed out than anything else. She's wearing an odd symbol around her neck. You recognize it now as a symbol of the Fair. A slightly secretive faction of people that don't really talk to anybody. They find people annoying, especially mortals. But you don't know if she's of them or just speaks for them, which is also odd, and you don't think about it here. She could just be wearing it as a symbol of spirituality. Who knows? You don't keep up with the common folk anymore. You also look around, seeing the tense faces of a distant princess. She looks nervous. Every time you refer to her as princess, like you were told to, she looks confused, like she's not sure if that's something she should respond to. As if she's not allowed to be most of the time. And you notice someone from the House of Harold, a recent hero, is making his mark on the world in the name of his father and mother, who were ex-heroes. Bunch of people. You don't really care to remember their names, you never were good at them. Some of them you have to remember because they're higher station than you. And you're just talking. And it takes you about 2 hours of a meeting with everyone here to notice that the king's bodyguard hasn't looked away from you for about 30-40 minutes now, barely blinking. And when you stare back at him for a few seconds, he looks down as if tired. And you don't know why, but you recognize this sort of tired, but you don't. It's the weird, twisted deja vu of, I've never met this man before. How would I know what that looks like? I've only seen him on TV, and nobody acts the same on TV. And it confuses you for a second. And you have never been subtle or careful with such things. You clear your throat, and the talking stops. It's all small talk and fluff and being polite and civil anyway, so might as well stir some chaos. What does Lance say to Elite Crown's guard, Alexios Ambrosi, in this moment?
I imagine he addresses him with, like, the full title.
He looks at you, as does the king, with confusion. Usually they don't address the Elite Crown's guard, let alone his bodyguard, by full title. He's usually just an accessory. An extension. So you get 2 odd looks in return. Everyone looks at you strangely, but those 2 seem confused the most.
You seem tired. Shall we call this meeting finished?
You see the king look over at him, and they don't say anything, but you have a childhood friend of your own. You know the look of, you don't need to say anything to know what you're saying. And the king adjourns the meeting and stands up and goes, "Go rest. We can talk tomorrow. It's a whole week of talks anyway." And taps his bodyguard on the shoulder / arm and goes, "You too. Don't train today." And there's a nod, but he waits until everyone else has left the room aside from you two. And he waits. He seems to be waiting for something. Something said, something done. You're not sure, but it's a waiting for something. Do you do anything?
He opens his mouth, like, pauses for a second, just a breath, and then closes his mouth again.
If you take, do you take longer than 5 minutes to find your words?
Two minutes, 7 seconds. I don't know why that was so specific. But when when Lance finally speaks is just a... Do I know you from somewhere?
He finally breaks eye contact, looking out the window. It's a beautiful day outside. He
Or is
doesn't.
it joking?
There's no clouds in the sky. It was almost warm enough to ignore the overshirt, the jacket that normally accompanies your outfit, so you assume it's just to gather his thoughts. And he openly thinks. You recognize this look, though. It's odd in the way his face twists as if in jeer towards something. You know it's not towards you. Yeah, we've met. A few times. You wouldn't remember me, though. That's fine.
I apologize. I'm trying to get better with the names of those above me.
It's not
Names and
really.
faces.
It's not really it, Lance. And people don't call you Lance anymore. It's just Archduke, so it catches you off guard.
Hmm.
It's not really it, Lance. I guess you could say once upon a time we were brothers. Not anymore. I don't think we ever were here. I don't remember. I must make no sense to you.
At the mention of the brothers, there's like... I imagine that in this loop, like in this moment, is he still like looking out the window, or is his attention towards me?
He's still looking out the window, as if he sees something you don't.
In this loop, does he have the hearing people's deba?
You, in this loop, don't know anything about that, but looking back on it from how he responded to everyone all the time, you kind of assume he was born with it. There's no off switch.
At the mention of brothers, there's like... there's...
I will say it
Lightning.
is not an emotional state thing. It is a magical disconnect of identity.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just like this odd tightening feeling. This twinge in Lance's chest. He doesn't understand why.
After all, why would he be brothers with a nobody?
Yeah.
Another 5 loops go by after that conversation. You barely talk to Lex. You barely talk to whatever title he's gotten in this one. One loop, you swear he and Arthur didn't meet. Because you never see him with Arthur, but that can't be true from what you know. You assume he had some sort of secret Court of Ravens rank of some kind. But he was still there. He always is. It's about 63 loops in when you get the first inkling that something's wrong. You always get your Keyblade. It's a stressful life, but this one is different. It looks like it was summoned broken. Like you did it wrong, but you didn't. Nothing changed, but it's broken. Like you're summoning something that doesn't belong to you. And Knight Commander Alexios Ambrosi is nearby. It's a trial of some sort, and you don't fully recall what it was. And he just stares at it as if he's seen it before, happen before, even though this is the first recorded incident of it for hundreds of years. And before you can panic, he holds up a hand. Don't worry. Sometimes it forgets what to do. It kind of forgets that it's still you. Nothing changes. And he says that with such resignation, as if something should. You hear him sigh, soft, quiet, tired. You met him tired, and you're pretty sure he will die tired. Though something about that sounds wrong when he's younger than you. I don't think in this loop you fully double down on the learned internalized racism. It's just you look tired. It's always there. You grew up with the distinction of nobodies and heartless being other, but not lesser this time. You were the first to argue of, I have nobody friends. They could kick my ass. I think that's hot. Like, fuck it, we ball. And it's truly just like an, oh yeah, they are this, but they are people too? Question mark. And it got you looked, so you kept quiet. You don't ever call him, well, you're a nobody. You never say things like that. And he just looks tired. Like he's seen this exact thing several times already. But you don't know how. It's never happened. Not with you, at least. And you're not sure if it was ever publicized of anybody else doing it. I think before you can ask any questions, he steps over to you and... Sorry, I must have reset it wrong. I'll do it right next time. And then it flickers. It's a few more loops after. It's a major war. It was sudden one day. Open and violent. The worlds are clashing again, and you see Alexios sitting on a bench overlooking a massive battle. He's your enemy right now, but you approach with weapon in hand, intent to throw hands, and he doesn't move. He just stares. Before you can actually land a hit, even subtly, he speaks to you because you're the only one there, and you don't know he can hear your heartbeat. Do you want to sit and enjoy the sunset with me before we go back? You're free to stab me, but it won't do anything. Trust me, I've tried. You wouldn't be the first, either. How does General Bedivere respond to this? An enemy general saying it won't do anything. Do you want to sit and enjoy the sunset with me?
You're either incredibly brave or incredibly foolish.
Or a secret third option, General Bedivere. It was a yes or no question. Are you or aren't you? I don't care either way, for the record.
He sighs, just kind of digs the tip of his weapon into the ground, takes a seat. I suppose there's no harm in at least this, if one of us is to die today.
He sighs with that energy of he already knows the answer. Who will die, if you'll die. And he just watches the battle below. In this memory, you recall him earning a great number of wartime accolades, a number of pins and badges and colors and stripes. He is covered in colors he does not seem to enjoy. He's covered in colors decorating him with things other than red. He doesn't seem very proud. He just seems tired. Though, considering you're both in your mid-40s, you assume that's part and parcel of the age group. But this is different. You've seen soldiers get this look. Soldiers who have been brought back from the brink again and again. They're tired. They don't want to be brought back again. But he doesn't say anything. Do you say anything?
No.
I think there's a 5-minute span in your memories where you know it's much longer. About an hour of silence. Nothing changes. There's still clashing of magic and metal, steel and song. And you're just both watching it happen. Two diametrically opposed foes and forces of great power and anger and violence sitting in silence. And the last thing you hear before this memory, this loop ends, is, I really tried this time. And he sounds so young. And it shifts. It's about 80 loops in now. You're young again, about 23. And once again, you're here in the Royal Kingdom of Light. Not really your shindig, but sure. If no one else wanted to, at the very least, you can make sure they don't call again. You find yourself in this memory, in this loop, 80 exactly in. You see the young knight, Alexios Ambrosi, tiredly talking to an older man, dark-skinned, messy hair. They seem to be arguing from this distance. Well built, probably could stop a truck with his bare hands type of thing. Arguing as if they've known each other forever. But you're not sure. It might just be a Royal Kingdom of Light thing. You intend to skirt around them, but you'd have no intention of being quiet in this loop. There's nothing pulling you towards that sort of thing. In this loop, you are a fucking bad news for Lance. In this loop, you're a monk ranger.
Disgusting.
Right?
Thanks.
Uh-huh. It's my back. And you're quiet when you need to be, but in this moment, it's not pertinent for you to be. And they both stop arguing on a dime and turn to you, with a look in their eyes like they've met you before and this is your first time setting foot in this kingdom your whole life. You freeze. They're both higher ranked than you, and you're just a little guy from another kingdom. You look around for a second. It was like, is there someone here? and it's the first time you encounter it. The guy that's a little younger than you, you've never met him before. He looks desperate, reaches out, starts talking, and you blink. His lips are moving. Surely he's saying something, right? So you look at the other guy, and he's trying to say something as well, and it's not working. Or maybe they're not saying anything at all. Maybe they're just really good at pretending to talk, but that look of desperation is not something you fake. So you take a step back. There are tears in the younger man's eyes now. You don't know what you did or didn't do, or did or didn't say. You don't know what's going on. You're confused and unsure, and the older man speaks up to reassure you. Don't worry. He's tired. And your attention shifts. A flurry of back-to-back loops of Lex getting more and more and more desperate, more and more and more angry at something, anything, trying, and you can only equate it to a metaphysical banging his bare fists against a cage that will not let him go. And his hands are bleeding, more or less, and he doesn't stop. Looking back on it now, you realize what he was trying to do. It wasn't that he never tried to inform everyone, it's that it never worked. No matter what he did, no matter what he said. The apologies never went through, they never stuck, you never remembered them. The aggression never landed, the wars never fixed anything, the decrees fell through, nothing worked, nothing changed. Nothing changed. You're starting to understand why he's given up. You meet Vivian Highwind one of these loops, and she's nervous, uncertain, unsure. She looks like she's packing up for a trip of some kind, though from what she's gathering, it's not a trip to a realm of light world. You assume she's going to the Dark Realm, and knowing her rank in this loop, it's not uncommon for her to do so. Probably an escort mission as far as you know. And you think to stop to ask her why she's even going. And I think in this one you do. The deja vu has been getting worse and worse every time you meet him. And at some point you start avoiding him. Maybe it's just him, maybe it's just the nobody, maybe it's just his superiors. It's a panic response. You don't know what the deja vu is from, you back away from it. Vivian does not cause it, but you're concerned and worried. You ask her why she's leaving to anybody, anywhere, not in the realm of light, and she pauses, looks at you. She does not have the same look of recognition that the head of the Crown's Guard, Knight Allegan, and the other squire he's training are doing. She has no look of recognition, but she looks over you. There's someone I have to go see. Or I think they're there. I couldn't tell you. And she leaves. She doesn't give you any way or warning to ask her further. She just leaves. After all, you of all people know that even if someone did say Vivian Highwind was going out on a mission, solo or otherwise, then what would they do to stop her? If her brother couldn't, if her ward couldn't, who would you be to stop her? And attention shifts again, back-to-back memories, over and over and over. It's the first one after the 100 mark, where you're a team finally. And this memory is a little silly. This memory concerns you. This memory confuses you, I think. You're walking through a field of God, Jesus, hold on. This thing I've done. Pensive. There we go. You're walking through a field of pure bluish white dandelions and poppy flowers, and you're approaching a distant fountain or lake of some kind, and you're roughly 20. You started this one early, though mostly at the behest of Arthur's bodyguard. You befriended him fast. He knew things you think he shouldn't know. And he said them so ominously, you felt like you could be an anime protagonist. Mostly as a joke. They cut you to the quick very quickly, but sometimes you still joke about it. And you're about 22. Young. Too young. And you're walking through this field, approaching a distant lake, and he looks confused. He looks in awe, and he also looks as tired as he always does. You have not seen a day where he does not look tired, no matter how much sleep he gets. And you all are talking. You feel the weight of your wings on your back, and you are trying to make light of the situation, the seriousness of the situation. You're here to collect a weapon of some kind, something allegedly that belonged to Arthur's grandfather, who people assumed dead, but from what you can gather is mostly just kind of not around, not dead, just not here. And you're in a sleeping world. It's on pause indefinitely, like important pieces randomly left one day and didn't come back. The world moves on, but nothing happens. Like a permanent slice of life episode. And you guys are chatting, and Lex pipes up with, "We've never gotten here before." And Arthur goes, "What do you mean?" Just thinking out loud. A little tired. Does Lance say anything?
You always seem to be tired. Have you thought about maybe getting medication for it?
I don't see much of a use for it, but I understand where you're coming from. Let's have this talk later. I know you're not going to understand it. You never do. No one does. And he just keeps walking. This memory is faded and fuzzy and strange, like it's coming through a filter or a noise gate that was improperly positioned. It feels stilted, and it doesn't grate on your senses, but it feels like it wasn't supposed to be made in the first place. And you swear Arthur casually picks a sword up off the ground, a normal-looking sword with maybe a few religious iconographies on it, and they start laughing after a few seconds of staring at it, but you don't understand what they're laughing about. You think there was a joke that one of them made and that you made worse from how they look at you with delight and exasperatedness, as friends often do. Another one goes by, you get here again, and Lex is sitting on the fountain's edge while Arthur's wandering around trying to find the first piece of the puzzle that got it last time. He doesn't say anything. He's been prompted with, "Do you know anything about this place?" And all he did was sigh. He's like, no, I don't. And you also look around, and you casually look up at the stars, an endless starry sky. You barely notice the moon from how cluttered with stars it is. And you blink for a second. You could have sworn one of them went out. And your attention shifts again. Another memory. And there's a joke that ends up happening as soon as you jokingly load in of this memory.
Hmm.
You're standing at the edge of you're standing at the edge of the water. You're watching a festival take place distantly. You recall having just helped one of your teammates, a girl named Helia, uh, find her beloved's parents and see if they would want to be a part of the Keyblade area or if it was better to leave them go. And the current queen and king of the area were offering help and easing the transition, but you three are standing off to the side alongside one other guy who is a little bit a ways away. You know he's setting up a small boat for you all to like enjoy the Lantern Festival together. And Alexa's talking to Arthur in front of you, discussing if using magic to recreate multiple lanterns was legal, or if that's like a faux pas in this area. And distantly you hear Aster go, "Don't start shit, both of you." It's like, we're not starting shit. It's a genuine question. Arthur's cracks a joke of, he's always like this. He's always asking weird questions, things that no one else thinks about. And Lex rolls his eyes. No one else does. You guys ask the same questions over and over and over and over again. Same questions. And he sounds tired again. In this loop, he sounded a little less exhausted, as if something changed and gave him hope again. He looks tired in a different way now. You've noticed, in hindsight, with returning memories of every loop, there was at one point where he seemed weaker. Things winded him more. He had less strength, less output, less. At some point, he stopped trying. Let you guys handle it. He seemed like he had stated early on of, if you guys need me, feel free to call me. I'll probably be busy with other things. And it's the same excuse he would continue to give you every time something important would come up. And you guys would always think you could handle it, and then something bad would happen. You guys never change. Stubborn. Arrogant, a little bit. You all think you're heroes. And your attention shifts again. You're in an area where you're pretty sure it's a little strange. It's not the average. You're walking through a town square in the middle of the day, though through a employees only area. You're decked out in colors of this area because you had earned your place. You're chatting, normal things. You had long since been told that in terms of security, while having a high success rate of keeping things away, it's not guaranteed, it's not flawless. Things will always get through. The darkness will always find a physical form to take as long as we give it that form. And while all of you were adamant on being able to help protect Radiant Garden as it's recovering, Lex didn't say anything. He just stared openly upwards, towards where you can only assume is the hands of the castle. As if he knows something is going to happen. As if he's waiting for it to crash down. And he stares at the left one all the time. days in, days out, when when he thinks you're not noticing him staring in the middle of a conversation, he stares at the same spot over and over and over again, as if he's waiting for it to not be there, like it always is. And then one day there's a riot, an attack, a surge of darkness, a flood, if you will. Old enemies that should have been long gone. A corrupted version of them. And when the dust settles and everyone's fine and there are minimal but not zero casualties, Lex no longer looks at the missing piece of the castle on the ground. And your attention shifts again. I can only say that in this one, you've mastered the ability to kind of just go as you please, free flight, if you will. You're all hovering loosely over the streets of a nighttime San Francisco. Everyone is happy, delighted. They're joking back and forth of throwing a party at that college you helped save, of the people you helped save from themselves. Lex had been quiet this whole journey so far. He barely said anything that he didn't need to, and Arthur said that he kind of got like that a long time ago. That he's worried all the time that one day he'll disappear and not come back, but he always does. He just stares. This is about 125 loops in, and he's just watching. Before you can catch them, he's looking in the direction of things that are on when he looks at them. And then when you look over, they're off. Like he's expecting, like he knows exactly which lights will go out right as they do. And everyone else kind of goes and leaves Lex to his own devices. Arthur hesitates for a second and goes, "You know where we'll be?" "I always do." And they set off to go grab something to drink and to eat and to relax after a hard-earned relaxation. But he's standing there, hands in his pockets, tired, more than you've ever seen any person be. I think you're the only one that stays around, mostly out of curiosity. Do you say anything, or do you just keep him company?
You just keep him company.
It's a while. They are gone for an hour. He doesn't move. He just stares, and he does the same thing you saw him doing over and over again. Looking towards an area that looks like it would stay on, and then you glance and it's off or dim or worse, broken. It's like he knows, long before anybody else does, what's going to happen. And you stand there with him above the crowd where people would be able to discern you as a trick of the light. And you don't mention it, I don't think. But it's the first time you realize that nobody's might not be able to fully feel. But it catches you off guard that they can cry. And your attention shifts. You are walking with the entire group and a couple of other allies, Lex included. And it's through a set of wooded area. It's crowded and winding and strange. You find yourself unsettled a little. It gives a weird feeling down the back of your neck and shudders down your spine. It's like this is a place meant to be forgotten and ignored, a place that shouldn't exist, a place that does nonetheless.
That never was.
Not that one. Not yet, technically. It's sunset right now. You recall the world you're on. You're on, technically it's labeled as Twilight City. But They just call it Twilight Town.
Hmm.
Do you know where this memory is going to take place then? You are walking through a wooded area towards a destination that only Lex seems to know is there.
God damn it! Fuck you!
Yeah. People had done rumors. A little game from ages past of the 7 wonders of Twilight Town. It's all a game. It's only for new people to visit. It's only for new people to try ice cream and skateboarding and the festivals. But Lex insisted that one of them was real. One of them they don't bring up anymore. One that they doubled in something else, something just as silly. The old 7th wonder. It's real. You don't know how he would know. It's been long shifted in as something that's always been a part of the list for a while. Even Arthur struggles to recall for a second, and he's the history buff, always has been. He goes, "Oh yeah, really? That thing's real?" Yeah. Uh, he goes to say something, and then sighs. I saw it in a textbook on another world before. You're not sure why, but it reads as a lie, but you can't see where it is, or how it is. And he leads you outside of the city, outside of Twilight Town, and he's quiet as you all are excitedly chattering about visiting a historical site. He looks, I can only say it as I've said it every time before.
Tired?
He looks tired. Like he's done this too many times. Like he's been here too many times. And he stops in front of gates that are triple, quadruple padlocked. Things barred away, and there's a sigh from everyone of, "Aw." But you look past the gates, and it's surprisingly well kept. Like a time capsule of a building. The windows are shut, and the door, and the curtains are shut in the window that you see on the 2nd floor. The door at the front is the only thing covered in vines and moss. Even the pillars seem to be well kept in some degree. You swear you see a garden flourishing, not overgrown, well kept and tended to. A time capsule of a building is the only way you could say it. And Lex stares at it, stares at the top, the precipice of it, while all of you are staring at the door. And you follow his line of sight. He's staring up at something. There's something on the top there. You squint a little bit. It's hard to focus on, but he seems to see it nonetheless. You can't make out the details. You're sure that's the point, but you think there's a silhouette up there, standing. You want to make a joke that they're aura farming, and you look over at Lex, who is... The tiredness turns to resignation, and he nods at something unsaid. He turns and starts to leave. The group automatically goes, whoa, we got here, can't we just use our keyblades? Even Arthur suggests that maybe he can just use a wizard spell he knows, and he's a wizard in this one. And Lex shakes his head. No. Not this one. It's not worth it. We've already lost. And your attention shifts again. More memories. More awarenesses of how many times Lex has tried and tried and tried and tried, and it repeats over and over in your head how many times he's told you he's tried, desperate and tired and angry and hurt and confused, and so many emotions of he's tried. He could not tell you how many times he's tried. There are some memories you have very young where something happened and it goes back too fast. Like a stumbling, an accidental glitch, a bug in the system. a misstep that gets you sent back quicker. You don't count them as full loops. You would assume that they're stutters on a record. You don't count them as loops, but
Like scratches on a disc.
yeah, you assume that this is one of the reasons why Lex doesn't recall all of them and insists that no one else does. If you include the stutters, the skips, the scratches, you start to lose count. There's too many. And even of the ones that are not scratched, not skipping, there's too many as well. Your vision shifts to one of the more full ones. One of the ones where you think you found and repaired Anna's ship. You recall there being a name, but that's not really on the forefront of your concept of reality. You are standing in the main deck with everyone. They're chatting about the next thing they could possibly do. And Lex is staring at the world map, and I mean cosmic map, world map. Places you've been to, places that you can access now. There's a few of them you don't recognize, even now. There's a few that have a little star marker next to them as if you still have to complete something to get there, and there's a few that are completely in darkness. You can't even make out their silhouettes. And he's older. You're all older, about 35 now. The youngest of you is 35, so. And he sighs in a way that catches Arthur's attention, but he assumes, like anybody else would, that it's been a long few days. You've really not had a moment to catch your breath. You assume, he's tired. Back-to-back missions, back-to-back combats, back-to-back saving somebody's life. You don't really get a breath in this one. It certainly doesn't help that you have very few allies, if any at all. One of you jokingly called yourselves the Nameless, and Lex shrugged as if he's heard it before. And he looks around at everyone. Suddenly, a light in his eyes that is not hopeful and joyful, but scared. Oh, I think we're out of time. And everyone stops and turns to him. What do you mean? From who you recognize as Raz, who is, you know, in this one she became a master. He's like, what do you mean, Lex? Out of time for what? Doesn't matter. Sorry, guys. I was hoping this would have been the one. And everyone's worried, panicking, concerned. In this loop, no one knows about his sickness or anything else. And he's sick here. You don't know when he got sick, but he did. He's not himself. It's another few loops. You start to recall a pattern of he started trying, once again trying, though it's not just him. He's reaching out, even though he obviously doesn't want to. But he's nothing if not stubborn. Nothing if not proud and arrogant. He's nothing if not wanting this to end. Whatever it takes. And to you, it's obvious. He connects with everybody so easily, of course. Of course, he's charming and witty and friendly, and people love him. The first time he meets Vivian and Gray and Simon, after all this time, they hate each other. They cannot agree. They cannot get along. He says something about a faction you thought was long dead, and, well, he's an adult. He gets knocked to the ground by Vivian. And your attention shifts.
over and over again. You're usually nearby with the others when he decides to approach the most powerful, well-established trio in the whole cosmic sphere. Over and over again. From your perspective, you understand why he was so cautious of seeking their help. But one time something changes. Simon's no longer confused and defensive and protective over the high winds, and suddenly he's urging them to hear him out. As if he understands where he's coming from, as if he knows something. Out of nowhere one day. And Vivian and Gray and go, what's with the sudden tone shift? Just hear him out. You'll want to. And you're pretty sure that was the loop where things started to change for him. Maybe not for the end goal. Maybe nothing changed fully in the end, but at least he wasn't alone anymore. You don't understand why. Or at least you didn't. Not then, not for a while, not for hundreds further loops. But you understand now why he keeps saying he's always alone. And then one day he wasn't anymore. And that hope is more scary than any fear could provide. Because they gave him hope. Even if this never ended, he would always have them somewhere. He would never be alone. Of course, you also... One time you're a glaive in training and you encounter him. You're a paladin fighter in this one. And they're training you. You showed potential. Mine. From your noble family. They stole you. They're ward now. And they're talking, discussing, and their leader, Vivian, the scariest woman you've ever met, is exhausted when she walks in. And she looks annoyed and bitter and not helpful. But she goes, there's a fanboy that wants to talk to everybody. And Gray, who's an honorary Kingsglaive, matches with the best of them without the matching weapon. Just goes, what? A fanboy? That ain't a real thing. There's like old ones. Ooh. And it's the first time you see Lex brought in as an honorary glaive. He always ends up near them now. There are a few times where you stay a glaive or become a full-time one, but in those ones, you're starting to understand what gave him away to them. He would use the same excuse. Over and over, thinking they wouldn't catch on, just, I'm a fanboy. Uses your exact code names that no one else knows. Over and over again. The times you do become an honorary training or whatever glaive, you find yourself wanting to laugh in hindsight. God damn it, Lex. Did you think they wouldn't figure it out? They might not have what you have, but they're Kingsglaive for a reason. You were there the one time they were discussing of, he shouldn't know those things. You shouldn't know. Nia, I'm gonna kill you. Nia.
You can try.
What is that gif?
It's Lex.
What do you mean?
It's Lex trying to play off as a fanboy.
Yeah, he just kills himself. Anyway.
The adoring fan from a plane.
Yeah, so you were there one time when they had decided to make a bet that persisted throughout the rest of the loops and up to the current one as well. They had made the commentary of, there's something happening there, right? There was only 2 loops where Viv brought him in personally, and he didn't somehow manage to endear himself to someone else first. Viv was always in the background, never giving herself away as a leader. If one of the other glaives brought in an honorary training or award of some kind as a glaive, that's fine. She won't give herself away. She doesn't need to. But over time, this bet of... Who wants to bet that he'll say some crazy ass fucking fantasy novel shit? There's no way you can know that much so young about things no one else remembers existed without having done it before. Even Gray at some point has to agree that's fucking freaky. There's no way. Loop after loop of him using the same exact excuse to get into their ranks. And over time, it becomes less of a it succeeded and more of a you called yourself out as a potential problem, a potential data leak. And they keep him close, and they realize that something else is happening every time. As a couple of times as you are training alongside him to become a glaive as well. One of those times, Aster's also there. But Aster's not really interested in that. And he gives himself away. Hindsight's 20/20, but apparently not for Lex. Blind as hell.
Get some glasses in the back of your skull.
Right? You see it clear as day. The first time he... God damn it. He makes a statement that even without your memories, you winced of like... Hi? Other assassin from another kingdom much, dude? Of...
Hello,
fucking...
I'm 50.
Genuinely, same energy of like, that wasn't even trying. And hindsight now, with your memories returning, you realize that it was him being like, oh, I'm tired. Can you kill me already? I already fucked this one up. And they don't. They explicitly make sure he stays alive to see what happens. And it's one of the loops where you all get the farthest. You get to an area where you can only describe it as a castle in the void. Nia's gonna hunt me for sport in like 2 seconds here. You end up...
A castle where to remember is to forget, if you will.
Maybe.
Die.
Yeah, okay. But you end up here, and one of the glaives is with you. A young but around the same age woman as you. She was already in there from birth, more or less, but she's walking with you. Entertained that she's the one here and not their leader, who you know is Vivian in this one, and comments that Gray is going to disintegrate from the lost opportunity. Lex sighs at everyone's enthusiasm. You are still with your wings in this one. It's been almost 200 loops. You still have your wings. You recall not having any concept of being willingly able to change yourself. If you needed that, you have spells for that, but most of the time you're fine. There are some days you joke about, what's it like to be a woman? And the women in the group just go, do not start shit with me, Lance. What did I do? In the middle of the night, he's like, I was being earnest. Smiles from a distance. And you approach the door. It seems open. There's no lock on it. There's even checking it for magic. All that comes up is the ground you walk on lights up. Everything else seems like it's just here. It's dark. The place around you has not one piece of light, aside from the castle itself seeming lit from within, and that's it. Lex gets questioned.
How did you know this was here? And you've never seen someone lose enthusiasm for everything so quickly, as if they've heard that question thousands of times before. I just know. It's hard not to. And he pushes open the door, and it's a bright, blinding white, despite the orange glow from within. And all of you wince, even Arthur does. Just, Lex, warning. There's nothing this light could do to me that hasn't already been done. And steps inside.
You pause at the doorway as you look back out from the pathway you had arrived on from your gummy ship. You look around. There's something telling you that this place will be important later. Maybe it's in your head, and you turn and walk inside. And your attention shifts again. Multiple times you end up here, multiple times one of you dies here. Multiple times, most of you do. Lex never goes down. It's like he knows exactly when it'll happen. But he can't do anything. Looking back on it, you see him a few of the first times it happens, trying to avoid it, trying to not just let it happen. After about 5 times of someone dying, he just looks so tired. There's one time you go down here. Something catches all of you off guard. Something that, according to Lex, was going to be here no matter what. But you didn't believe him. You never do. You never do. And he gives you the look of, not I told you so, as you're finding yourself dying. He just gives you the look of, well, and you hear him say it, a sigh, as you're fading. Well, yeah, I can't say I didn't try. And you go back again and again and again. You lose count. Some of the stutters make you confused, disoriented. Your mind is reeling. There's at one point, instead of just pure light and bright areas that you've been in for ages now, every loop you recall is mostly the light. And then you blink. You stop it on a dark area. This is the furthest you've gotten. You recall a sort of confusion on Lex's face when you had, in his eyes, in his words, you finally did it. This is the first time you had done anything like that, and it's like he had seen you attempt multiple times. Getting past a certain point, getting past something, someone, you don't fully recall. It's a little fuzzy with what you're remembering. You look back and forth. You're wandering an area. You find yourself concerned, confused. Lex and Arthur don't normally operate the best in dark areas. The darkness normally catches them off guard. There's a burning in your chest, a nervousness. You're not sure if it's just the paranoia of similar areas having fucked your entire team over in this loop alone. But you take comfort in Lex's confidence in this area. You think you should have stopped to question why he never reacted to the horrifying things you were pointing out. On the walls, in the rooms, on the papers, on the screens. He didn't flinch at any of it, as if he'd heard it before. And you flicker again. Again. You only get as far as these dark corridors. Something always happens here. You don't know what it is. You don't know who it is. There's always something. And Lex always never warns you. Looking back on it, you're not sure if he ever could have. And if he could have, would you have believed him? Sadly, you think the answer would have been no. Much like he said time and time again, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. You're starting to understand why. Because you never did. Every time he tried, it didn't do anything. It never stopped it. And you want to make a joke to yourself while these are sifting through the moments where he tried. That word again, tried. As if it didn't matter. You want to make a joke of... There's a ton of jokes in the back of your mind you want to make through sifting through these as time blurs together. You're going back and forth and over the same scenes. You're starting to understand why Lex is crazy a little. If I had to witness, I feel like Lance, while this is going on, recalling all of these, the current part of him that's reeling from this information just goes, shit, if I were going through this alone, I would want to be crazy too. Maybe it'd be easier. But you're not sure if it is. You're not sure if it's easier or harder or sadder or happier. You don't know. For you, it's so
Lonelier.
Lonelier. That's a good way to phrase it. And it suddenly stops. Early on, you guys are minimum 23. You meet somebody. Well, meet's not really the term. It's more of an enemy that's not really an enemy. More of a stalker. You catch him. He seems surprised. You don't have a really big chat with him. He just acknowledges that sighting him, catching him, kind of impressive considering what he did. And it's brief, less than 3 minutes of chatter back and forth, and you realize you didn't even get his name. Looking back on it, you've met Caliban multiple times now. None of you, aside from Lex, remember. And in that, you recall looking back at Lex of, do you know that guy? No. And you realize it was not a lie. Though, knowing what you know now, maybe the proper answer is not anymore. I'm gonna get shot. Just sometimes I'm Batman.
Would you rather be
Die.
We,
Would you rather?
we
you rather
talked about this.
Would you rather be
Sometimes.
Batman or Bruce Wayne?
No. That's what I'm gonna say. Sometimes Caliban is not Bruce Wayne, Brucey Wayne. Okay, and sometimes he's Batman, and sometimes he's the Punisher. In this timeline, in this time loop that we're having right now, he's Moon Knight.
No, not Moon Knight. Points at himself. Me. Anyway.
Not anymore. It's still me. I just murder people more this time. Jesus.
Right?
Don't be mean to me. I still have the same mental disorders.
Oh my god. Okay. You find yourself going back and forth. It's disorienting and maddening and lonely. That's a good word for it. Lonely. No matter how many faces you befriend over and over again, you're just starting from square one if you do it right, and if you don't, you can't even get off square one. So you always have to be the insane one. Or make sure they'd never know. And if they do, well, it's kind of what happened with Lex at the riot, isn't it? Pointing out how much moral nuance it gets when you're stuck doing this. Where there's nothing you can change. Because you're not the one who can change it. You never were. And he's accepted that by this loop. You see it in his eyes, the 252nd loop. It's all you know which the name of it is. He gives it a name now. He makes a joke every time you get to a certain point. He makes it named. He gives it a funny little title. Something important you all did that was different. You look back on it now, and he kept trying to subtly warn you guys that this was always happening. You just handled it a little differently this time, and he's a little entertained. This time there was a fight you all had at Castle Oblivion with the thing that usually kills you, and he goes, "How's the false Hydra?" "Not well, I think." And Lance is the only one who catches the reference of something distant. It's vague, and you aren't an idol in this one, so you don't know fully what he's talking about. And just goes, it didn't even regenerate heads, dude. At least get your source material right. And it's the first time you've heard him laugh in several loops. Over 20. He laughs, and you're a little startled, because in this one, you've never heard him laugh. Yeah, you're right. It's more of a chimera, isn't it? And everyone just groans. There's 2 of you now. Landmine? Hell? Why?
I'm doing a bit. It's a very elaborate bit.
Yeah.
Can you landmine someone's own campaign?
Maybe.
Right.
I'm doing a Nia.
What?
Nia.
What? Yeah?
Do I have to?
Mera? What?
Do I have to?
I'm gonna lay down and go to bed.
And we'll still be in this call. No. So there's a point where around the 260th, you go back to the mansion, the Twilight Town mansion. It's the first time for you again, but you know how many god-awful amounts of time Lex has walked up to these gates. It can't have been kind to walk up to these gates over and over and be met with "not yet." And you are older, around 40 in this loop, all of you. Minimum 40. Well established. A couple of you are masters of some kind, and highly prestigious people, but also known fighters, warriors, some kind. And he leads you there for the first time again. And he seems nervous. He's fidgeting with something in his hands, a genuine sterling silver key in his hand. It doesn't seem like it fits anything. The teeth are strange, even for a Keyblade builder who can see any amount of teeth on keys. And you walk out of the wooded area in front of the mansion, and you're pleasantly surprised on this loop to see no chains or padlocks on the gates. They are open and ajar, and Lex looks baffled. He looks up for a second, blinks, like he's not sure what to do next. And you look up, and you don't know what he's looking at. There's nothing there. And you put a hand on his shoulder as he's subtly panicking, while everyone else is admiring the well-tended-to area and wondering who could live here. You ask him, I assume you ask him what's bothering him. Do you?
it's not phrased exactly as like, "Hey, what's bothering you?" Uh, it's sort of like, I imagine Lex would recognize that it's trying to offer relief and reassurance. Like, well, hey, at least we don't need to use the key, right?
He's jostled back to reality. Your hand on his shoulder, and the reassurance makes him nod quickly. But he doesn't say anything. He looks thoughtful, concerned, curious, a bunch of different emotions that you didn't. It's not that you haven't gotten used to nobody showing more than what the textbooks offer. It's more like an internalized thing that's taken you decades to unlearn, but sometimes it rears its head.
Hmm.
Just a, I didn't know you knew how to do that. And then you shake your head of it, just like, stop that. Hey,
Hmm.
I am 41 years old. Unhand me. I
I don't have time for racism.
got shit to do. I have a world
I
to
have a 9 to
save.
5.
I have a 9 to 5. I can't be racist.
That's not the one I meant to send.
I swear to God, if it's drastically different, I'm gonna kill you with a gun.
No, I opened up my gifts and it automatically sent the last one I had saved. You said you're 41. I counter argument. You're 42.
No! But no. Nia's going to die. You see him look around. He's confused. A bunch of different overlapped emotions and worries and concerns on his face, and you can't catch any particular one in this moment. Do you say anything in this memory while everyone else is waiting for you two to walk in? He's still outside of the gates, and so are you.
I imagine my Lance, the fuck. Like, his grip shifts from like on Lex's shoulder to just kind of like down, grasps the wrist, starts tugging him along into the towards the others. We got
He,
stuff to do. Come on.
yeah, yeah. He looks around. You step in, and the last thing of this recalled memory of this specific loop is you hear him say that really odd phrase he says sometimes in this one of, I don't know what changed. We all did it. Nothing was different. Why? And in this one, he says something else. Worn down and defeated for once. Was it me? And it shifts. You're walking through an older area. It's another loop. 10 more. You're closer to 300 now. Lex is tired. Again, you've not seen him be not tired. There's really no other word for how it looks and feels and sounds. Every lamppost is off, but it's not bright light outside. You assume that most of this zone is turned off of the power grid, mostly because it's overrun with Heartless and Gloom and the occasional soulless conglomerate, which are the soulless equivalent to a Gloom horror that you've encountered once or twice, getting out of the Dark Realm. They're like the amplified boss monster versions of them, if that makes sense. And you've been helping Daybreak. You're figuring it out. This loop is when you started figuring out who the problems were on the board. There was a man and a woman that were, supposedly, historically speaking, eternally at war. A woman dressed in blacks and reds, and a man dressed in whites and blues. You don't know their names, you just know their titles. The King of the Light and the Queen of the Dark. You know nothing else in this loop. Lex heard you say it one time on the ship and flinched like you stabbed him. You never answered why. I don't. At this point, you're pretty sure, with the memories coming back, that he couldn't have even if you had asked. You're here looking for information on those titles. Some people had responded with confusion in the sense of they've heard it somewhere before. Specifically the King of the Light. But they couldn't tell you exactly where, only if there was anything on it, it would be from the Old Dawn sector, which is the older version of Daybreak that no one lives in anymore because of the overrun. And as powerful keep leaders.
Overrun with what?
The monsters I said earlier. Heartless, gloom, soulless conglomerates, etc. Most types of enemies, as if they're attracted to something there, is what you gather when you get there. You take out some hordes, you take out some floods, even. Someone versed are there somehow. You defeat a conglomerate with everyone before you catch on to it. There's someone else here. Someone not friendly. And you don't know why. You aren't detecting any major darkness signatures outside of the ones in your party.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Lance would have approached it? Lex would have warned that not everything that is the darkness is the evil thing. Would Lance have offered to go in first?
Yes. Cautious, but still the
You offer to go in first, and everyone's a little on edge, surprisingly enough. After so many fights and whatnot, it's a miracle you guys have anything to spare. Everyone had offered of, this will be the last place we check. You hear Raz go, I am almost completely tapped. If something happens, there's nothing I can do, Lance.
Fine.
This is a safe space.
Smiles. Even Helia attests to, honestly, if something truly awful happens in the next 5 seconds from opening a door on a squat of a house, I think I would just lay down and let it happen at this point. And you go to open the door. You're laughing about it. Lex is waiting, watching, worried. For the first time, he seems uneasy, unsure. And it's the only thing you think you could have detected as something was wrong. You open the door and your eyes have to adjust. In the middle of the dark room, there is light. There is, well, you really can't call it light. It's more of a person shrouded in it. Long white hair, half of it tied up and tied back with a soft blue ribbon. Dressed in a white overcoat with blue accents. Silvery white baggy pants, formal but only in theory. White and blue accented combat boots. And adorned in a everything white and blue and blinding. And blue eyes stare back at you, Lance, with a smile.
Mm.
I've been waiting for you all. You have something that belongs to me. You don't get the chance to take a breath. All you hear, all you feel is light. And you go back. Yeah. That following loop, you don't recall anything else. There's this deep-rooted unease around major points of unknown, potentially unallied sources of light. You don't get weird around Arthur, but it's everyone else, and you don't have any reason to explain it. Lex seems to understand, but you don't know how he could. You feel crazy. You understand now that, of course, he understood. He saw it happen. There was no reason for him to shun you, especially what you know now. And in that one, you bring it up again. The first, well, not again, but for him, it's again. It's late. It is late in cosmic time right now. It is 2, pushing 3 in the morning. Everyone's asleep. You've figured out the King of the Light is not necessarily a good person. Again, you don't recall in this one why you react with such anger and defensiveness towards the name. You don't learn his actual name in this one. You learn what his goal is. You learn that he's trying to overwrite the decisions of the stars. You learn of the things he intends to do and the things that it could cause in the process. How it could turn an old master that everyone reveres into a villain on par with Xehanort. If he succeeds, everything shifts. And you don't know how, and you don't want to know how. It's fine now. They can work on it now as people, as mortals. This is an immortal overwrite. Selfishness and blindness and hunger. Rage. And you are just as angry, mostly because why and how could one man decide to be the decision to undo everything every master has ever done? How could you be so selfish? And during the argument between you and Arthur of what to do next, you say something. You're talking about something that you want to do, an idea you have, something that you learned that could possibly make him mortal again. It's a risk. It's a risk. And it makes everyone in the room on edge. Raz has woken up by this point, having overheard a bit of a commotion, because she's not too far from the ship's deck. She loves to sleep where she can easily walk out and gain some fresh air. So she walks out to meet you all and overhears that you're discussing a potential thing you could do. And Lex is letting you guys talk, but he's nervously tapping his foot against the ground. And you catch it, so does Arthur. Raz takes a moment because she just woke up. And you all ask him what's that for? What's the ADHD tapping going on? And Lex he makes a noise where it's not quite a sigh, not quite a groan. It's like an in-between of exasperation and uncertainty and anger and annoyance and all these other negative emotions. And he says another one of those then cryptic lines of, I don't know what this is going to change. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. You still have your wings in this loop. You offer your idea of, well, we know that he's of the light, right? So what if we just take enough of it and hide it somewhere? I don't know what that would be or where we would hide it, because it's him. I'm sure he'd be able to find it for sure. But it's something. It has to be something. We have to start somewhere, right? And the Prince of Light in front of you and the current Master of Magic next to him. They look at each other. It's a risk, Lex tells you. There's no guarantee this will work, and if it does, you have no guarantee of anything that follows working. But it could. A small chance that it would work, but there's a high chance that it won't. You could die permanently. There would be nothing I can do to bring you back. You wouldn't be back next time if we fail this, if we do this wrong, if something happens to you. You won't come back the next time. And back then you didn't know what he meant. You assumed that he was just tired. But he's indulging you, and you talk it out, and he figures it out. He figures most things out. He's a very smart and capable person. He seems to know much more than he ever should. And that is the last loop. You had your wings. The next one, you don't recall ever having had them. And you're capable of being anything you want, anything your light takes the shape of. What need would you have for wings if you can be as free as anything else? You don't understand what you've done. And you weren't ever supposed to understand, ever again. You had made a call. You had made a call only heroes make. You recall now that one of the last sentiments that Lex had told you is, you're sure that everyone else heard it as empty void, soundlessness, silence. But you hear it clear as day now. The joke of, for someone who really wants to claim there's some anti-hero, I think Sora would be proud of you. Sad, but proud. And you failed to recall that, even with the new source of burning, raging light in your chest. Why is campaign over?
We're done.
Campaign over. We gotta go home. Pack it up.
Starts running at full speed.
Dude, say Kingdom Hearts so we can roll credits.
I'm going to pause actually because my
Together.
throat hurts a little bit and I want to take a break.
Yeah, you.
And we're back. I'll ask above board. As of the 200 mark, would he have kept track of the numbers at all? Or is it just a player meta thing that you would like to know which one you're on?
I imagine he's been trying to keep track of the numbers.
The one that you end up on, another long, drawn-out one is, you think it's 270? Maybe not. It's starting to get dark. Every time you find something new, it's always somewhere in the dark. It's the first time you guys have encountered an area that you're in a state that you didn't think was ever not you. You are a changeling. You are your quote unquote yourself. You are your normal presentation. You are you're a scale weight fighter in this, but you're not a sorcerer. I believe you're a warlock of some kind. Uh, Ringmaster is keeping an eye on you, but you have trouble asking and getting answers while you're in this place. Like it's a signal jammer of some kind for magic, or at the very least to patrons, as far as you can tell.
Hmm.
You had gotten in here, and looking back on it, it's a bit of a bitterness towards yourself and towards the others. Maybe you should have listened to Lex's warning that this area is far above anybody's pay grade. It's far above his nowadays. And you're walking through dim, dark corridors. At first, it's sterile but dark, like no one's been here for months. The only lights that lead you to any location are random and sporadic, as if some things have been left on purposefully, as if redirecting your attention, and all of you are too paranoid at this point to let that happen, so you go in the opposite direction. Once or twice, Lex warns people who are smart enough to have a place like this know well how to manipulate people, so I'd be careful intentionally going against the grain. It might be safer to stick near the light. Once again, you probably should have heeded his warning. Because he ends up being right every time you go here. Helia's with you. Everyone is. You're walking in front of Helia and Tsubasa. They're softly considering what to do next because the last area sucked. Not in the sense that you fought anything, but in the sense that it might have been easier if you had. Less damaging. You walked past tank after tank of people submerged in liquid. Unresponsive. The only thing you knew of them being alive, as far as you knew, were a heartbeat monitor. Slow but present. You're not even sure how something could be that slow of a heartbeat and still be mortal. You're not sure if they were meant to be. And you're walking through the area, you're looking around. Most of the doors are closed and locked, and there's no lights in this hallway. It is hard to see, even for you. The only people who seem to be unfazed by the lack of light are your two frontmen, the best friends that are never seen without each other. They look around as if they can see everything in 4K HD all the time. Maybe you should have paid more attention to when the chattering behind you stopped. But you didn't. You don't notice anything happened until you, out of concern of something you saw, maybe it's in your head in the dark, you go to turn, and right as you do, you notice that there's no more talking, but you're already turning around. Caliban. In this first instance of the heroes trespassing on your father's property, not random, well planned in advance, leading, gaslighting, manipulating them into coming here for the first time. The 271st loop, though you do not recall this. Not yet. For you, it's the first time. You've met the whole party. And you've been told that they're trespassers, nothing more. Not heroes. They just got too close, saw too much. How does the guard dog of the labs operate in the dark.
Is it pitch black?
Almost entirely. The only light that they have is from dim enchantments on their items, and that's pushing it. It wouldn't mechanically doesn't work. So yes.
Then nothing can see me. Not even the two at the front.
Mm-hmm. Lance does turn to check on his friends, his teammates, his allies, his family at this point. What does
May
he
I?
Yeah.
I think he was expecting a bit more pushback and went a little too hard with Helia to the point where he caught her to set her down. Tsubasa was a bit harder, but not by much. Just the 1-2. And then a similar slump. The Caliban didn't care enough to catch him that time. And I think that's what gets Lance's attention. It's the sound of something hitting the ground.
I love when my mic mutes randomly. Okay. How does Lance react to the sound? Do you turn? Because I know I said he did, but I hands it over to Zag for things. What do you do?
I mean, from the way it's been described, like the surroundings and everything, there's already that lingering paranoia, that lingering worry, that lingering fear. So at the sound of something hitting the ground, he does start to turn. A question, the beginnings of like a question, the beginnings of their names on his lips, ready to like be spoken.
You do not see their bodies in the dark. But you feel a presence you cannot see. Maybe it's your paranoia, but you also feel like it can't be. Not here when there was nothing pushing back against you walking in. There has to be something here. And for the first time, the only person who believed you was Lux. But he didn't confirm or deny it. You're not sure if he knew exactly or if he just had the same suspicion as you. I don't imagine this is how it works in your brain, but do you think, while looking to where Lance would have known his allies, his friends, his family was walking behind him, planning in advance, and now quiet on the ground? Do you think there's just pure darkness shrouding what's there, or is there a source of darkness shrouding further sight? Like a void. There's nothing to look at because there's nothing there kind of feeling. Zag.
I don't think there's anything. What?
I didn't know if you were thinking or if you were asleep.
No. It's my turn. I actually get to participate. I'm awake.
Hmm.
Did you hear what I said? Or
A little bit of it. I pensive.
okay. Yeah, I was just like, I think there's definitely, I wouldn't call it a void. I think it's a little colder. And I think there's this very, and yeah, how willing do you think, how, your very stupid questions that we yell at you about?
No.
Okay. How frequently is Lance having these questions in his head?
What questions?
All right, man. Mara, how often do you think Lance has questions like that in his head?
Uh,
Questions in what regard?
Something that feels very silly for the circumstances. And it's just like, why did you even think that?
Bad news, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Nia.
hmm?
At this point in the journey, after everything you've gone through and the memories you're recalling now, it's this hindsight's 2020 feeling of your coping mechanism has always been to joke about it, but you don't get the words out. You get the idea in your mind to say it, but it doesn't leave your lips. The concept of, brother, am I fighting Batman? Like,
My
is this
suggestion
the
was
fucking Punisher, how? Like,
there's this sort of coolness to the darkness that Lance turns around to face. It's like suddenly hitting a cold spot, and people will be like, "Oh, there's a ghost there," but it's not a ghost. And I think there's a silly question in Lance's head, but one that the answer to is yes. In this instance, can there be fog inside?
Yes, there usually is. On this layer specifically, it is cold.
The idea here is that it's coming from Caliban because of what he is in this loop,
Yes,
and because of the two people he'd be devoted to.
for sure.
Yeah.
I'd say the area itself is cold like a well-maintained lab is. It being underground doesn't help, but you don't help either. Does Lance do anything?
There's a brief hesitation. It, barely a second, but I imagine it is long enough. Regardless, as he just tries to just just mentally ping his patron one last time, as if trying to get confirmation on something.
It's a second. It usually doesn't even take that. You barely even have to have the conscious decision to contact your patron, to contact Ringmaster. But you do this time, and you know there would be no answer, and there isn't. Just a second, and that's all it takes. I think Caliban understands with a warlock always nearby what it looks like to mentally try to connect to an outside source. Just a second, a look, a flicker of a look, like calling for help.
And Mara, you'd be free to suggest a method. But what Caliban does to shut down Lance is something that keeps him quiet. There's no room for him to make a sound about it.
I know too many things, and none of them can be said on a recording. Help.
Alright, so redacted happens.
No, it's just particularly gruesome enough. I know the rest of the group would evaporate. That's all.
Right. But that's real and it does happen. And it's
Yes.
okay. Safe.
You hit the ground, Lance. There's nothing you can do.
Mm.
Your vision blinks in and out in this memory. You watch as I think Caliban goes to approach Aster, who is unfortunately an equal amount of guard dog for the other two. And this one, at least. You go to reach out and grab him. You know he's going to take more than a couple of hits, but not much more than you think anyone else might. And you are unfortunately very correct. He's also, unfortunately, in this one, your first time meeting him, he has a very good dead body pose.
No. Yamcha?
Fucking Yamcha.
Yeah, a little bit, but like more convincing than that. Not curled up, just like genuinely looks gone. And before you can step forward to grab one of the other two who have well detected you now, because their whole party's fucking down. They have already drawn their weapons by the time you hear someone who shouldn't stand back up get up. Lance, you are fully aware that you are gone. You, the soul, you, the heart, you, the mind, are gone. But you're there, you think. You're seeing it distantly, like through a keyhole, if you will.
Mm.
You are gone. Your body is not. There's no heartbeat, but there's a bright, angry glow in your chest that goes from burning hot white, crackling through your skin like glass and pottery. And then that burning white light goes silver, goes gray, and stays that way. And rapidly, armor black as night and void. You aren't sure if it's armor. You've seen Keyblade armor. This is not it. But you stand up. Well, it does. Whatever took control of you stands up. And it takes out a weapon you've never seen before in your life. It's taller than you, Caliban. Bulkier, but decently so. It looks like a fighter of old, but angrier. Less determined to meet its end in glory. More determined to meet your end with it. What do you do in this memory?
It's curious. I think it's a stop from walking to Aster. And at the moment, it's counting. I think Caliban was warned that Arthur and Lex would be impossible. Or nearly next to. Aster would be harder. But this, I don't think anyone warned him about.
There would be no how to.
Right.
Jokingly,
I think
this is a first.
there's a choice and very quietly, disregarding the attention it will bring, Ragnarok.
You're not sure, Lance, you don't feel it, but you see this thing. It's this knight-like figure. It shrugs off almost all of the damage. The only thing that it seems to feel affronted by is the radiant damage, the light itself. And more of an annoyance than anything else. Mechanically speaking, it only took half damage from just the radiant.
It's like a flicker of annoyance more than anything.
Correct.
That's a cool. That'd be a. I'm just doing this for me. So it's just like it only takes 12. So it's. Huh. Caliban keeps going. Think a few spells. And then a vanish, just to see how much you can get in. When does Aster intervene?
Aster gets up in the sense that you. It's no surprise. You thought he was dead. He was a very good actor on that. Even with how you know the dead work, he was very convincing, and you were busy. One survivor isn't going to be believed about a very prestigious set of scientists. That's unfortunately just how the world works. And he stands up, and you're trying to figure out the weakness in the armor plating as it's swinging at you. Neither are landing really any hits. Nothing is working. It doesn't seem to lose track of you either. Vanish, invisibility, nothing. It seems to look directly at you. Like it doesn't matter where you go. Like it has a fucking tank buster raid marker on you in its head.
Fucking Terminator.
Right? Like that, but the only thing that comes to mind is a Final Fantasy XIV raid marker on the boss. That's what it has on you is the only comparison I can make on why it never loses track of you. In this memory, Lance. Uh-huh.
You keep going.
In this memory, Lance, you're
Mhm.
it's odd. It's not you here. You are still first person in your own memory, but you are seeing you, but not you fighting. And you watch from a distance, from a pinpoint keyhole perspective, as Aster tries to be the hero to stop both of you and step in to try, like he always does, to help. I think there's something he says as like a glorified heroic phrase of, Lance, stop, this isn't you. And he's correct.
I have a question about the mechanics of Thundaza.
Yes.
Does everything I hit take the amount of damage I roll, or is it divided?
Everything takes the amount you roll.
They're all in range, I feel.
Right?
And it's the two of them now.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine.
So all four that are there, including Arthur and Lex, is 237 damage.
Aster has no resistances to it, unfortunately. Not at this point. He has no reason to. Aster actually goes down. His heart stops before he hits the ground this time. And the only reason you're not too bothered by the other two kind of shrugging it off in some capacity is because you were warned that they would be problems. I will say, mechanically speaking, they managed to whittle down with reactions and their Keyblade abilities in this loop. Their master Keyblades and their abilities. They whittled it down to an eighth of that instantly. Both of them. They didn't have to save each other.
Cute.
Caliban just going, fuck, a little bit. Or, no, honestly, I feel like Caliban, just entertainment, I think.
This is fun. This is not. This was a. Oh, I get to get out of my crate? Okay.
How does Lance from a distance influence this entity? Because it is still your body, it is technically. More of an object, mechanically speaking, but,
I don't
There's-
think the suggestions Nia has been offering are from Lance. I think Nia knows exactly how this thing acts.
There's a detached, like even from the vague sensations of Lance and whatever this is, even through the past the vagueness already there's like a detached sense of not quite anger, but disinterest mixed with like disappointment. Very much a I'm your target, not and you are my target, I am your target.
Edge Dyads.
No!
Edge Diane!
You've described.
Honestly,
Yeah.
is it falling down at any point and then getting back up, or does it just not go down?
It has no.
Goes down a couple
you.
of times.
Hey.
Yeah? What?
This isn't you, homie.
But she knows!
No, she doesn't. She's learning.
I'm beginning to believe.
In some
What
way.
if we were all systems?
No! Wales. But
The country? Or
I'm
the
gonna
animal?
I'm gonna server mute Nia.
Yeah.
I'm gonna server mute Nia on her own recording. Anyway,
Rude.
it takes 230 plus points of damage that first time, correct?
237.
It does go down from that. It goes down to one knee and wobbles, but doesn't fully go down. But it stops moving for a second. I believe from the way you've described this first interpretation of Caliban's interactions with the party, he's fully aware of what overkill looks like and overkill feels like in his magic. This was not it. You killed it, not overkill.
Caliban genuinely laughs a bit. He doesn't care about the other two right now, and honestly, this fight hasn't become about them.
They haven't moved towards you.
The thing in front of him. Can he throw it?
I think in this instance, because of the situation and background knowledge, yes, it is easier than normal to pick up something like this. It's just an odd feeling, is all. It's like, I can only describe it as if you gave a genuine hard light gravity density of a fucking moon.
Ah,
I don't think he anticipates it, and it's just throwing him full force, probably into the nearest wall, and then this is fucking gay. Holding it there to see and watch its face.
It takes the mechanical thing of a round before what Caliban would have noticed in that instance as eye lights that had been gone the whole time when you were throwing it flicker on, like a system that refuses to die.
Does Caliban know if either of his quote unquote parents are watching?
You, in this situation, Caliban, knew that your father gave the command for everyone to make the labs look uninhabited. They are still around.
Are there cameras?
Plenty. They look off, though.
I think there's a bit where holding this thing to the wall, regardless if it tries to hit him back, is just a turn to an approximation of the nearest camera. It's just, Marcy, are you fucking seeing this?
You don't get a response
And then,
immediately.
yeah. Regardless of response time, I think Caliban just keeps on punching it to see what happens.
You get it down 3 more times before you notice what's happening. You are not losing energy. You are being replenished every time you hit it in a specific spot. You recognize what spot that is. That should be a heart. It should be breaking. Something else is there.
Can I grab it?
You can get hold of it.
Do I think that'll be bad?
In this instance, you don't know. Would you have tried anyway?
I have a second gayer thought.
Here we go
And
again.
I need to ask how you said that there was armor. How armored is it? Can I see anything reminiscent of skin still?
Nope. It's armor and then something underneath that is not skin, not flesh, not muscle, not bone. It is underneath and it is just as dark and void. If
Am I
not dark.
able to get through the? Am I able to get through the armor?
Yeah, you're denting it enough. You're breaking it.
Turns to the viewers at home. My gay thought was I really want to take a bite out of this thing. Anyway, yeah, I want to grab
Gay
it.
flag?
Say gags, if you will.
No, not man sex.
Say
no.
I want to eat it a little bit. That's so wrong.
Your cannibalism. Yeah.
You can't have cannibalism in this king. In you.
I mean, it depends on what world you're in, I guess.
Yeah, technically, Mera and I have discussed it. With the inclusion of some worlds, technically, I should be able to commit cannibalism.
But
Like I wanted to. I need to. That was the opening premise for this character. Anyway.
I was just being pedantic. Because you guys didn't. It got to this point, but it didn't start there. You reach in and grab it. It is. I think you're more amused and confused and curious. It is a. Yeah.
The eyes that had been watching with this, with that detached disinterest this entire time, something changes in the way it looks. There's a flicker of some emotion behind there. Not disinterest anymore.
Are you having fun?
I love backseat DMing my own campaign.
Sorry.
Listen, man.
I keep
There's no there's no response from the creature.
I love you two so much. I keep trying to tell Nia over here that this is not hers anymore.
Right. Yes.
But she knows. But we're gay.
It's not
We're
Lance to be
tagging
gay
up.
with.
It don't matter.
It's gay in our hearts.
You don't got one right
Lance
now.
is banging. Lance is dead in his own corpse and is banging and being like, that guy that just murdered me. I don't know. He's so.
This sucks. No, but like legitimately from a DM perspective, you're trying to control an NPC creature.
Yeah, that right.
Even if it's like a non-mechanical thing.
Sorry.
I love the gay shit.
Mm.
This is we've discussed that this is literally not you. The only reason you know of what's going on is because it has your body. And I think at the point where you reach in and grab it, it's the only reason you don't freak out from the feeling of whatever you're reaching into, Caliban. Is because it is you do not know what you're touching, nor do you know what's touching you. But you
Found it.
and you reach in, and there should not be that much of a depth of a cavity inside what looks like a normal chest. But you reach in almost to your full elbow's length.
No, Lou?
Zag!
Listen, man, I found the clit. This is crazy. What's. So I'm okay. Am I feeling. Is there still something around my arm? Or is it I'm still reaching for something?
It's when you get to the elbow point and your hand grasps around something that you realize how far you've reached. And
I am maintaining eye contact.
You're in there, buddy. No.
I'm trying.
Let me in. No. But I can only describe it as. Don't say that. No one needs to know that.
I already quoted myself about something earlier. Keep going.
Right. It's like the reason I say if anybody else had done this, they'd be freaked out and let go and move back immediately. You go here. It is your death autism. It is your fascination with dying and death and the decay. And you know that this isn't that it isn't not that. It is a substance of which can only exist in death, but it lives, and thus it isn't death. So it's weird. You know of Blooms, you know of Heartless, you know of everything that could be under that jurisdiction. This is none of it. And it feels odd. Do you pull out the thing that you've reached for?
I try to.
It feels like it's lodged in something, stuck. There's something keeping it there. You don't know what.
What are Arthur and Lex doing?
In this moment, Lex and Arthur are stationary, ready for a fight, but knowing that if they step in, they will have two enemies, not one. They are rationalizing it as well. Everybody else is already dead, so we know the threat level. And unfortunately, they are very aware that that's not Lance anymore. Lex more than anybody else. They do not want to get in the way of this. They just want you to remove the problem in front of you. And you recognize that look of they knew what was going to happen. At least one of them did. Arthur looks a little
I think,
shaken, but Lex looks unfazed.
yeah. I think Caliban keeps on fighting to pull whatever this thing is for a good while. And then he looks at it. Is there anything he can do to see if this thing understands him at all? Or what an offer could look like?
I think in this moment, you go to try more of a like a curiosity, and then what was already good enough for your abilities goes void black. The whole hallway, every adjacent room, you cannot even see the camera anymore. Lance, you don't see anything. That's the intent. It wasn't for you to be able to see. You hear a voice. One you, Lance, recognize with horror now. And Caliban, I think, jokingly, you give a little tail wag as there's a hand on your shoulder.
No, he
So,
does.
a little, like a hand on your shoulder, and you hear the curiosity of a mad scientist that you have grown up around your whole life go, how interesting. I will have to thank the prince and his dog for bringing me this one. After all, what good allies they've always been. And I think that's the end of that memory. We can't linger on this for 10 fucking hours, dude. We've been here for like almost 3 on recording.
Dad, there's something in there.
Uh-huh. He's been watching.
I know.
He's been watching you.
He can't do it. He's blind.
You described the whole hallway being able to affect you and not being able to be seen. That means it's dark enough for him to see.
Alright. Okay.
I was trying to give some light-based thing so it wasn't immediate and you could just call him and know he's watching. He's just like, what you got there, Caliban?
I got it. I don't know. There's a thing in the thing.
I see that.
I can't yank it. I can't yank it out. I'm trying really hard.
Yeah, you're elbow deep in that shit. Like,
I don't even think it's close.
guys. Anyway.
Alright.
It's another few loops. You guys keep making it here. Helia's always there. She always goes down here. You're not sure why. She's one of your more capable utilitarian people. She should be able to at least find a way to hide. But no, she's usually downed a lot, if not killed outright here. You start piecing together that things aren't as clear-cut as you believe in the current day, or used to believe in the current day. You get around the 300 mark. You still don't remember. And Lex has stopped trying to recall. Everyone is used to his silence, as if it's always been a thing he did. After all, he's a nobody. They don't really feel things. That's kind of what being a nobody is. It's less of a
internalized racism thing, and just they don't do that. And I guess he's like everybody else, and that's just the flat line. Even Arthur has started to get into the mindset of he only says things when absolutely necessary. Hindsight's 2020. Though hard to have hindsight when it keeps getting taken from you. You keep ending up here. You find out different things, some of the same things, but it's all over the place. For something that never changes, all the stuff you learn there changes. You learn occasionally about their experiments. You learn occasionally about the people that they work with. You learn occasionally about a group they only call the Minutes. You learn off and on about some paradise. You learn off and on, occasionally, rarely, about a girl they picked up. A girl who didn't want to be her anymore, so they made her someone new. And she's the most loyal girl she's ever met. You eventually learn around the 310 mark that there's something wrong with Lex. He's frenetic, he's panicked all the time. It's hard to calm him down, it's hard to make sure he doesn't lash out, it's hard to get him to listen. Even Arthur has to sometimes cast a charm spell on him, and even then that doesn't always work, and it sometimes just makes it worse. He has a crash out that back then you didn't understand, yelling and screaming and desperately pleading for this to stop. He keeps saying things, half of it silenced by some otherworldly force. Even in these memories, you don't recall what he said. Though the few bits of it he does get out are confusing. With all the information you recall now in these memories of things that didn't happen anymore, but once did. Some of the things he says are obviously from experience, and you kind of feel bad for diminishing his feelings, but you can understand why he doesn't haunt you for it. Obviously, he doesn't. He never did. He wouldn't blame somebody for something they don't remember, something they never did, something only he remembers happened. It wouldn't be fair. He makes statements. He points at everyone and says how many times that they've died in front of him, how many times they didn't listen, how many times it didn't work. He points at you a couple of times during this, points out that you made a decision that changed everything and nothing at the same time. Such a grand deceiver act, but just an act. It always is just an act with you, and he's usually the first on board with it. After all, why wouldn't he be? At this point, he's got quite the poker face. He used to not. He used to wear his heart on his sleeve, for lack of a better term. You remember those early days. Even before that first loop, he was always very adamant on being emotional. That lingering bit of heartless energy that made him not fully nobody from his mama. Nowadays, not so much. There's no use. Why bother having a heart if it's just gonna break? He keeps saying that you made this call. He keeps saying you did something. You know what you did. It's that stupid plan that turned you from your most comfortable self to this, where you can't decide which parts you want ever, thinking that it's okay to be anything and everything but not what you want. He calls you on it. Your self-inflicted body dysmorphia. You don't know what he means. As far as you know, in that setting, in that loop, in that one specifically, it was never a problem. You could be anything anybody else needed, and then when you point that out, he just goes, well, what did you want? What did you need? Did you ever think of that? And it made you pause and think when he was continuing to shout and collapse and shatter in front of you. After a while, all his shouting is silent. His lips are moving, but you hear nothing. And that's all the memory is for what feels like hours, but isn't. Minutes, seconds, hours, days, years, you don't know. It's all blurring. You're starting to understand why Lex gives up again and again and again. And your vision shifts once more. You're standing on the deck of the ship. You're standing and looking over onto a world that you guys are deciding to land on. You are wondering. You are curious. You are nervous. There's something you need down there, but you've never been there. You've never. Which loop is this? You're starting to lose track. You know it's past the 320. You don't even want to begin to fathom that Lex might have the exact one you're on. You don't want to begin to fathom how many times he's watched everybody die. In this memory, you are well aware that you are in your mid-40s with everybody else. You are well aware of how long it took you to get here and what you have to do. It takes you a moment to gain your bearings in this scenery. Everyone is sitting around making setup plans, backups for backups, making consumables for consumables if they don't work. You have a ton of elixirs. How are you supposed to know it wouldn't have done anything? That you could have all the mana at your fingertips and it would have done nothing. How are you supposed to know? This is the closest you've gotten to winning. This is the closest you've got to the final fight. It is the final fight. All of you have your master keyblades, though when you try to think of what you have, it's blurry, empty, and static all the same. In this memory, you mention it, you say the name, but you yourself don't recall it. Not this current you, because it's not yours yet anymore, never will be, always has been. You shake your head to yourself, just, there's like a glitch between this you and that you. You know you should know the name, but you don't, and you never will, and you try to stop that line of thought every time it happens, because it just hurts. And you hear yourself talk to the others. There's Lex, who is nervous. He's pacing and thinking and waiting and occasionally pitching in. He is right over the edge of the ship, watching the world below spin innocently, like it doesn't know what's going to happen next, and neither do they. He hasn't said anything, you know, from what you understand of every loop. This is the closest you've gotten to the final fight, and it is right there. You're not sure what happened in the labs, but you don't think anything bad happened, or at the very least, you avoided most of permanent damage. You go to take a seat, a very heavy seat on the deck of the ship with everybody else, and Aster's there, worried as much as Lex, but for different reasons. Arthur is tired and excited all the same. And you hear a comment that current you wishes he wouldn't have said. And if he remembers, maybe it'll be warranted that he blames himself for the outcome. Just a casual statement. After this, we'll go home. As if it was a promise they'd survive. After all, why wouldn't they, right? The fight is a blur.
You remember nothing and everything all the same. It didn't happen, it happened yesterday, it happened tomorrow. It's all bad. It's like the battlefield itself cannot decide on what was real and true. And Lex was unaffected, as if he'd seen it before. Not the fight. He was caught off guard by some of it as well, but he had seen the battlefield before. There's a point where there was something aimed at Lex. A spear, an icicle, something sharp, something piercing, something fast. And you had seen for dies. You had seen for a split second the look of understanding suddenly. For a split second, you thought you saw him smile when it was milliseconds, nanoseconds away from hitting him. He didn't move. It's like he understood something that you did not, and you still do not. And you blink. And you're 17 again. Something feels wrong. It's like you woke up from a terribly long fever dream you can't even recall. And you wake up and it's a sunny day outside. There's tears down your face. You don't know why you're crying. You assume you had a bad dream. Then you get out of bed. I'm gonna pause real quick. I gotta get shot for a second. There is a few more. You get I think at this point, after that harrowing moment of you woke up crying and you had no idea why, you assume it was just a bad dream, and you get up for the day. Knowing the connection you had of, you're pretty sure you watched your longtime best friend, your ally, your brother in arms, realize he was dying and didn't move, smiled. Then he woke up. The connection hurts. And I think you stop counting. That's not really what the point is. It's never been the point. It's nice to know, but it hurts after a certain point of how many times you've died and failed and lost, and nothing changes. You understand why Lex is the way he is by this point. The rest just nail the coffin in. There are a few loops where you get there again, quickly, just as strong. You're young, though. Your bodies can't take the limit breaks. A couple of you go down in the battle. You specifically keep getting back up. There's a point where Lex sighs. He closes his eyes in the middle of combat as your adversaries, the last ones you would have in this adventure, realize he's the last one standing alongside a very, very badly damaged Arthur. And you, who refuses to stay down. Not as the Black Knight, but you just refuse to stay down, like a little cockroach.
I didn't hear a bell.
Exactly. Bad news, in this one you're a barbarian.
Oh no. Just barbarian? Pure barbarian?
Nope. I'm not telling you the other one, you can figure it out.
Ah.
You
Come
get...
on, right.
Hmm?
I was doing a bit. Done.
You get back up as you hear a sigh, and your adversaries look confused. It's the first time in your memories they ever look caught off guard by anything any of you do. Much like how Lex seems unfazed by anything you could possibly say to him, they are never caught off guard by your abilities. They always know what you're doing. They don't necessarily have a counter for them all, but they always know. They never seem scared. They seem amused. But when he sighs, it's furrowed brows from both of them, a glance between husband and wife, concern and worry. They don't say anything though, because they know he's going to probably do a monologue or something. For all he protests that it just gives them time to set up, he just goes, "You remember what I told you the first time we spoke all those centuries ago?" "Yes." "Your disapproval for our attempts. How's your hypocrisy, Ambrosia?" "Well, at least I can't say I do anything particularly worse than you." And they're chatting back and forth for a second. Gaslighting a little bit, insulting a little bit, mutual. Like they've worked together. At one point. And about 5 minutes go by. You and Arthur have shared a glance of what the fuck's going on multiple times now.
Mm.
And eventually Alexios just shrugs. "Well, pardon this act of betrayal on your part. Let's try that again." And holds up something you don't fully recognize, a staff of some kind. As he just twists it like he's turning a key, or at least winding something up again. And you see the flash of genuine, pure rage on your adversary's face, and you blink, and you're 17 again. Again and again, you get to the final. Huh?
Where the fuck are we?
Heather?
You
Can't we be 17 again?
kill. Anyway, you get to that final fight over and over again. You don't know why until the very last time you get there, before things start collapsing, is all you can call it. The last time, Lex barely survives a few rounds. 5, maybe. No more than a minute total of that fight. And he's wounded and weak and breathless. You have never seen someone look that tired and stay standing or breathing. But he takes a deep breath and tilts his head back and goes, "Okay, I'm fucking tired of you two. God! Fuck! Enough! Enough." And there's silence for a moment as the whole battlefield seemingly heeds his enough for a second. As if he would command the fate of an entire lifetime if he could. And every single one of them is under his thumb in some way. And he closes his eyes for a second, as if he's just resting them. "Okay. Fuck it." And takes out the staff again. And that rage persists. Faster this time, quicker, knows exactly what he's doing now, and you don't in this memory. You ask briefly what that is, where he got it. It just looks like an ordinary shaman's staff with a dream catcher on the end of it that looks oddly reminiscent of something you can't quite recall. And the woman, dressed in grays and blacks, with tied back silver hair,
looks enraged, reaching for it as if to break it somehow, and before she can reach it, you're back again. Different this time, you feel wrong. Something changed, automatically. There's someone you need to talk to. You don't know why. 350 loops in. Something's weird. Finally, enough for you to acknowledge it. There's a knot in the thread of fate. You shake your head. What's today? When was tomorrow? You blink again. It's messy and muddled. You're trying to gain your bearings. You're 17, but you feel 40, but you think you're 25. It takes until your older sister knocks on your door. Once again, as always, going, "Hey, you're late for breakfast. Mom's worried." You shake your head. The feeling of needing to talk to someone doesn't leave, but the confusion and panic does leave. I think you get up a little dazed and unsteady and go, "Yeah, I guess I slept in." And you look at your alarm and you're 5 minutes early. Every other time you've been 10 minutes late. And you blink and it's back to the time it always is, 10 minutes after your alarm. You thought it weird then, but you brushed it aside as maybe you had blurry vision or something, but it's hard to ignore the strangeness. You don't catch it that first time of who you're supposed to talk to. And you meet up with everyone again, and you get there again, and it happens the same way, and the feeling's worse this time. You roll out of bed, you grab the nearest small waste basket, and you heave. It is heavy. It is hurting. It feels like something is tearing at you. Something hurts, and you don't know why. You think you're sick. Your sister rushes in, this time going, "What's up? Did you eat something bad last night?" You don't remember. It's fuzzy and vague, and you're scared and hurt and angry, and you don't know why. It takes a while for you to calm down. But it happens back to back to back, and it's driving you crazy. At some point, something in you snaps. And suddenly, you're not any other you're not any other class combination than you were this campaign, this loop. You have, and always will be, a sorcerer fighter. There's nothing that could change that. You might not remember why, what pushed you to stop letting it change you, but you made sure it never did again. At least that. And that first time you feel the innate power through your veins, it's a little odd. You think to ask your mother did you have any magic on your side of the family, but you stop and something feels off. There's someone you need to meet. It's driving you crazy. And this time, there's a knock at your door. Would Lance answer it first before his father does? At this point, you still don't recall any of it. But it's just that feeling of, I need to talk to someone.
I feel like his father gets there just a half second before he does.
And you are 17, young, and always young. It's always this point. It's always, why? It's always here. And you don't know why, you know it's always here. Even then, it's something angry and violent in you. And your father opens the door to the sight of who you know is the 16-year-old orphaned Ambrosia, more or less. And he's You don't know why, but you think you should have caught it, the exhaustion in his eyes, despite the light inside of them, as if he had found something purposeful. You don't know what it was. Not then, not yet. You think it should have been obvious from your feelings, but that's mostly just the guilt talking. He greets your family with a, I know it's out of place. I know I don't really have the rank outside of my prestige and what I have been advertised for, but if any of you ever needs connections, I've been given the go ahead to offer what I can, what I know, and a few more, if that's all right. And your father looks a little confused, as it is barely 9 in the morning for this sort of offer, but nods. He's not stupid enough to disrespect someone of his station. Much as it is a nobody thing, he's also basically the ward of the state slash pause, but not really. He's of the royal family and no one likes it. So it's a nod, a courteous understanding and acceptance of whenever we have the idea, yes. And there's this burning in the back of your head, like someone is drilling a hot iron in the back of your skull as you stare at this person. You've never met them before, but you have. There's something wrong. There's someone you have to talk to. There's someone you have to talk to. There's someone you have to talk to. And you're staring at him. Did he always have brown eyes? You blink and you're back again, back in that same room. You got there again, but it's all fuzzy. It's all bad. It's all weird and wrong and loud, and you don't want to think about it. You failed. It doesn't matter. Yeah, fun fact, his original design had brown eyes. And I made that the excuse of he kind of fucked it a little bit. And it's again and again and again and again, and you get to the 410th, about 50 or so out from where we are. And you finally figure out who to talk to. You don't know why, you don't have any context, you just know it's him. You know it's the royal bodyguard, you know it's him. And it's driving you crazy, so you ignore formalities this time. He seems caught off guard, if only for the fact that you're ignoring formalities, not really what you approach him with of, how do I know you? And you sound like you're going crazy. There's tears in your voice and burning at the edges of your eyes. Do I know you? And he stares at you, confused for a second, worried, and then what in this loop you had considered was a constant, unshakable joy now seems too hollow to be real ever again. He looks tired, Lance. Sorry, dude. Yes, I think I pushed too far. I think I did something wrong again. I was trying. I was just trying to get us far enough back where we could actually do something. Change something. And this time it causes you less stress and confusion than it should have. There's this suspicion of something's wrong with reality, but you don't know what. And he knows, and he can't say anything. And that's why he's tired. You don't know how much of this he's been through at that point. But you say something he laughs at, and it's bitter and cold. And you realize now, at the end of all of this, when remembering that it wasn't supposed to be dismissive, it was just a promise you couldn't fulfill. A promise to remember him next time. And he laughed, and he didn't make it in return, because he couldn't forget you anyway. And you do this a couple of times. 5, 6, 7. You get to around 425, and you've made it every time. You've made that promise over and over and over again. And he stops you on 426. All right, this is getting a little hurtful, Lance. And some things have evened out. Some things are always going to happen. Him becoming a royal guard, him becoming fucking known for his prestige in battle, his unkillable nature. You recall now that it wasn't always that way. He used to be clumsy. He used to be unable to pick up his blade quick enough to retaliate as fast as he's known for now. He had enough time, but at what cost to become perfect? He lost everything he was in order to achieve a perfection that meant nothing. And you know that now. But then it was, he stopped you and told you not to make that promise. It wouldn't do anything but hurt both of you in the long run. He just stands up. The same place you find him every time you make this promise, sitting under a tree, resting as if when he closes his eyes, he would not open them again. And maybe that would be for the best. And he stands up, sighs. It's not anything either of us can prevent. I don't know. Just stop telling me you'll remember me. I think it'd be better if you told me you'd forget. At least then you wouldn't break your word. And you're back again. That same burning feeling. You gotta talk to somebody. There's someone you need to talk to. Every time you have it. But something happens and you forget that. And then you see him again at one of the first few times he ends up convincing Arthur to go study in the Keyblade Academy. It's within the last 15 loops until recent. Arthur doesn't like people. He never does. People are selfish.
Complicated.
Very. He loves people, but at the same time, people are annoying and complicated and messy and selfish. Cruel. They look down on him for having a nobody as a friend, so he's aggressive about it. So when he's convinced that first time to go to the Keyblade Academy as just a student, as just Arthur, no last name, just a prestigious Keyblade bearer, that's it. And he has his by then. That first time, he already has it when he gets there, and he's hiding it for the most part. Nothing bad happens this time. Vice Headmaster Kane does not do anything weird. The Black King does not endear himself to you. The dragon does not show up. You finish out your studies. You all make the subconscious decision to stay together. You joke that, well, even though we didn't have matching classes, maybe it was. And you say this around Lex, and he just zones out for a second. And it's a joke between all of you as you laugh, but you caught it for a second, the look of sadness, as you all equally joke about maybe it was fate. Maybe it was fate we ended up as a team. And it's now you realize that it wasn't fate, it was Lex. He was tired of being alone, even if he couldn't say it. Even if there was nothing he could really do about it. He couldn't force you to be friends, but he could at least force you to meet. And this was the best he could do. Putting him in an area where he could. And since then, every loop, 15 total, he's always there. As soon as they can, sometimes a year after because of legality reasons. Some festival, something. It's always something. But you always meet him in the academy now. You don't know why. You draw yourself to him.
You don't know why the others automatically go and try to befriend this strange. For a few of them, when he's there, he's still blonde. You're not sure when it turned black or what he sacrificed to get there. You recall that one additional nameless timeline where you once again harassed each other into saying, "Oh, we're nameless. We're like the Justice League, dark and mean," and like that's mostly what you joke about. But Lex never interjects. At the very least, you realize he was just letting you guys have a little bit of fun. It doesn't matter if you do or not anyway. He's given up. There's nothing for him to look forward to outside of this ending, his death. His rest, as he would call it later. There's one loop where Arthur still has blonde hair. It's short and spiky and wild, mostly because he keeps accidentally setting himself on fire. And you chastise him a lot. You're still sorcerer fighter. You have never been anything else as far as you know. Arthur in this one has also figured out he can just deny the class change from God and then become a paladin. Like a moron. And he, at that point, he is consistently paladin rogue. Raz has figured it out. Subconsciously, but mostly as a bit, as a joke. What if I just say no? What if I do what I want? Consistently, always. A freedom in this cage that she doesn't know exists. And Lex never says anything about it, listens to the stories he's heard thousands of times about all of you. He listens of the sob stories, the things you regret and the things you would do again, and has watched you do over and over again, proving that you would always be yourselves, no matter what you were. At least it's a comfort to him. At least some things don't change, and it's not always bad that they don't. About 5 out from the current one. Things get weirder. Less black and white, less cut and dry. Muddled. Silvers and grays, a little bit of color. Looking back on it, it should have seemed strange that the people that you had been told for so long were evil, were doing awful things. All of your allies insisted, but Lex never did. He always just tossed a wrench in the concept, just as a backup plan, as a thought process, as a consideration, and now looking back on it, it was because it used to be different. Or maybe it always was different. And there's 5 of them out from the current one. Your head hurts, it is pounding. Your heart is heavy and weighted, and it feels like iron and steel rather than metaphysical glass and light. He says something then. A last-ditch effort when you're getting near the final fight again, the last time you got near the final fight. And I think the last time he had hope as well, from what you can recall. The last effort he had to be hopeful for something he kind of understood wouldn't happen. He mentioned something. A curiosity. It sounds like has some sort of dream in place for after all this is said and done. It's why you didn't think to question his oddly resigned tone about it. It was hopeful. It was nice. It was Cute. Arthur and him were dating in this one at that point. Dating for years. Over a decade. Things just got busy. And Lex just comments to you, Lance. You are also dating someone, not Killian in this one, but you're dating someone, you're committed.
Hmm.
He just makes the commentary of, you know, whenever this ends, do you think I'd be able to hand wave away the fact that don't get the same rights as people normally when it comes to marriages? Just casually, do you? Do you think I would look good in a wedding outfit, Lance? Just arms crossed, sitting back in his office seat on the ship. What does Lance say?
I don't think I've ever put that much thought into marriage, actually. But I think you could pull it off.
Hmm. You know, I honestly think, and this is coming from a place of sincerity, I promise.
Hmm.
The fact that you're with a woman is baffling to me. I think in most situations you would be the woman in the relationship, and I say that with all the love in my heart, or what I have of it. And rolls his eyes.
I mean, just because I'm with a woman doesn't mean I can't be the woman in the relationship.
Straight Lance can't hurt you.
We can both be the women in the relationship.
He, him, lesbian?
Yeah, what if you lesbians, Lex? Yes.
My goodness. Starts weeping. My wife is just gonna go, "Are you good?" The answer is no, we are crying. It has been mostly me. Damn.
This is not complaining. It just has been. I've been like, Jesus, Mera.
My bits. No.
It's not fit.
Starts crying. Lex casually just goes, now there is a term for that as far as I know, Lance. I don't, again, I'm not trying to be like, I don't know, homophobic. That's not really a go, but like, you are not a he, him lesbian. I will do that right up front. You are a twink in the shape of a very pretty boy, alright? And I'll say that. You're very pretty. Conventionally
That's
attractive.
just a twink.
Femboy is right there.
The polycule.
So I don't know if you know this,
Yeah, go ahead, Lance.
but pretty boys in my build are typically called femboys.
Are you a femboy, Lance? Is this what you're telling me? Are you coming out of the closet to me? And he laughs a
was
little.
already made of glass.
Well, at least you still know you're in it. Like, what do you want from me? I've known I was not straight and not cis for my whole life, more or less. I'm still saying it's weird that you're with a woman. Alright. This is gonna sound a little TMI. Do you get pegged?
But
Listen.
that
Dies. Lance dies.
that's both
He's
that's
got
both in and out of character. The dying. I don't see how my sex life is important.
It's like it's proving my point. Like you're straight in like the same way if like fucking somebody as a straight guy before they realize that they're not a guy like as a woman is, and that's all
Y-
I'm going
y-
to say about that. And he jokingly goes, I've been with a woman before too. In this loop, you have no fucking clue what he's talking about. There are a few where he's not explicitly dated Arthur. There are a few where
mm,
Arthur and him tried to figure that out and then were too possessive.
mm.
But in this one, it's always been Arthur. Only Arthur. There's been no looks at anybody else.
I'm assuming this was before we met, then?
Probably not, considering we met when you were 18 and we were 17. I don't think so.
You can date before. You think people just start dating only after 17 and 18?
I'm so glad you're blind to a very specific thing that prevents people from thinking I'm good at romance. You've got a condition over there, man. I'm
Yeah, it's
I'm
called autism.
I'm very. He pauses, just squints at you as the most heavily autistic person in your group right now. That means nothing to me. That mean what do you, Lance? You're pissing me off. Get out of my office. Either get out of my office or I'm going to vortex warp you directly into the training room where everyone else is.
I don't
Gotcha.
gotta walk. Sign me up.
Now, okay, sure. And it's just a back and forth. It's the calmest you've had, and it's the happiest you've seen.
Hmm.
And looking back on it, wasn't really happy. It was more of a, oh god, I can only say it like this. I apologize for Zag specifically hearing this phrasing. You know how in hospice, when they go to end of life care, they start to get better.
No! No! Fuck you!
They start to seem happier, more energetic. That's what it looks like from this point of view now, after remembering, after knowing.
Alright, session's over, campaign's done. Pack it up.
Done.
Campaign's over,
We
and
be.
that was Kingdom Hearts. Roll fucking credits, man.
We can't, dude.
Fucking
Let me
fucking a
finish.
Nickelback starts playing over.
Let me
No, we
finish.
also have stuff we need to do. You're not.
Right, yes.
Let me finish the last few, and you guys can vibe, all right? Because I do have,
Mm.
I guess I could say an area where you could show up. Pensive. It's the Royal Infirmary. But
Yeah, that was the idea.
yeah, and that loop is when it was the happiest you think you've ever seen him. He was chatting with everybody, opening up a little bit. He's usually quiet, reserved in that one. But right at the end, right when you were preparing for things, he suddenly decided to confide in everyone. Not of anything you learned that he knows and could do, but just normal things. Normal friend, family, brothers in arms things. His favorite weapon, his favorite color. The fact that he loves sweets and would indulge if ever gotten the chance. The fact that he wouldn't mind being Vivian's son if it ever came down to it, but he doesn't think he's worth it. She could do so much better. There's like a couple of moments where you see the hopelessness in his eyes, but it's flickering and fading. He's always joyful in this one, joyful in the next one as well, and in the third after. But it's about three out, two from the last one, and 3 from which one you're on now. 461. He sighs. You are well into your 30s again. You are alone with him and Arthur and Raz again. And they look at him. Just, what's up? From Raz. Tired. I just want this to stop. I don't know what's causing it to keep going. Aside, I'm not even doing it this time. I'm not doing it this time. I'm doing nothing. I'm just waiting. And he sounds desperate and panicked, and Arthur is just, for once, he seems out of his depth. He doesn't know what to comfort. And when does Lance have a response in this? Is she dead?
Lance.
Hopefully.
Lance.
Microwave.
He wants he he wants to have a response, but also doesn't know what the right response would be for this. Doesn't know what to say, what could be said to comfort, to reassure.
He has his head in his hands after a moment of desperate pleading to something you do not know if he's even reaching to. He looks. It's not tired or exhaustion now, it's defeated. Resigned. I love these moments so much. I love hearing all of these moments again and again. I love seeing you guys smile. I would love to see a new one though. And you didn't understand it then. You think he was going a little crazy. Though now you understand why he was and still is. I think all 3 of you kind of shared a look of maybe this journey's getting to him. It's been some years now. Things aren't going exactly the greatest, but it's been mostly fine. You don't know what he's talking about in that one. Would Lance have said anything to the idea of, I love seeing all of your smiles, but I would love to see a new one?
There. I feel like something that doesn't change throughout any of the loops is how Lance is always a very a touchy person, like physical. So it's just it
You got this.
just I don't know how else to say this other than he just kind of steps up towards Lex and just wraps his arms around him as if like it's so unbearably gentle, as if he's handling something that could shatter if he breathed wrong.
You hold him. You think it would reassure him. You think it would make him feel a little bit better. You didn't know why then, but you know now. He was probably struggling to believe those arms were still living. Probably why he pushed you away and got up and left the room. You didn't understand why. Arthur was also confused, knowing that he usually loves hugs. He's very touchy himself. Raz is just staring after him with the look of confused recognition of somebody who's having a bad day. The next one. And you didn't even get close. You and Lex had ran. Arthur had ran. You all had split to make sure that none of you could be found, and if one of you did, and they couldn't be traced back. Or 62. He makes a comment about a number you don't understand until now. Just 462. Fantastic. It's the middle of the night when he's saying this. There's no light, it's just endless starry sky. Though some part of you thinks that there's fewer stars in the sky somehow. And he's laying on his back, arms behind his head, relaxing. He just goes, 462. Wonderful. Can we make it a half a millennia? Where are we?
Is that how many stars you're counting?
No. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, but I'm counting. Technically, it's more than that. Just ones where we actually got to do anything about it. And if I wanted to be kind to myself, it's a sub 100, and how many times we did anything that mattered. You have no idea what he's talking about at this point. You never do.
Mm.
Don't worry about it. Sorry we couldn't get around to saving your old man this time. At least he went out the way he wanted to, protecting you like always. Must be nice. If it helps any, we can usually save him. I don't know if that does. You have no fucking clue what he's on about. Does Lance do anything?
I assume we're in a room on this ship in
Oh
this
no,
loop, in this
no.
moment.
You're on an entirely
What?
different world. The thing I have in mind for this one is that you met something new, and it was overwhelmingly powerful. I believe, yeah, it's only been a couple of loops dealing with the prototypes. This is the first time any of you encountered them. You encountered the first one. It wasn't the Lex prototype. Not yet. It was something else, something new. Lex had called it the godless thing. The thing that made itself a god without a god. But not really. More of a corruption than anything else. And it's kind of what you ended up calling it, the godless prototype. Prototype 0. In this one, at least. It was a tough fight, and you still had to run even when you got it down on the ground, because you had nothing to permanently end it. So you left it there and you ran and you split because it was able to keep track of all of you if you were together. Bigger magical signature is all you could tell. So you're waiting on a different world, hoping it doesn't find you and hoping it doesn't find the others and hoping everyone checks in tomorrow morning. And Lex had grabbed you and ran. You were adamant on pulling a heroic moment of glory like your father. Mere weeks prior, still in the throes of having lost 2 parents now, as far as you knew. And he just grabbed you and ran. He didn't even soothe you. He just bodily moved you like you weigh nothing to him.
Hmm.
And he dropped you off and sat down and laid down, and it's the middle of the night. And he just randomly went 462 and went on that rant.
Hmm.
Does he say anything?
Not verbally, but he does just move further away.
He doesn't look at you. If luck holds. This is probably the end of this one anyway. Doesn't matter what I say. And he like casts a spell that doesn't do anything seemingly. Just a glimmer, a spark. And he just looks over open air. Yep. Great. You have like 10 minutes. This is getting annoying. Can I pass the torch? Can somebody else do this? I would like to kill myself. He just kind of casually does that. Could someone else take over my role of Sisyphus over here?
Not Sisyphus.
And he just casually
One
says
must imagine themselves as Sisyphus eternally resetting the timeline.
that. Right. And he just says that and mentions 10 minutes for something. Do you address it at all, or you just not listen to him anymore?
He is listening, just not outwardly acknowledging.
He goes quiet after that, just waiting. You assume he's trying to take a nap, but for whatever time frame he gave, it doesn't make sense that he'd try. There's that word again in your head. You don't know why he would try. Try. Over and over again. And it's in the last 10 seconds of that loop that the sorcerer part of your identity that hasn't changed in the past 15. Something's off. 9. What is it? 8. I'm missing something. You look around instinctively, as if you're trying to find a clue on a deadline you didn't realize was there. 7. You look over at Lex. His eyes are closed. He's relaxed as if he's genuinely taking a nap. 6. What is it? What am I missing? Your heart rate spikes. You think to look up, and you do. 5. You just stare. 4. You can't begin to comprehend what you see. 3. You blink, look down at Lex. He's staring at you. 2. Well, that didn't go according to plan now, did it? 1. What do you mean? Back at the beginning.
So, question.
Yes.
The thing that was whatever,
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing it was incomprehensible, like
Like?
then it was incomprehensible, like, right?
It was. I said you could not begin to comprehend it in the same sense of you don't know what could have possibly brought it here. It thing, it's not real, it. But in that last second, you certainly knew that Lex knew what it was. And then you're back again. And it's the beginning of this game.
Hmm.
And you're in your room again. And it takes you a moment to sift through your memories in the context of everything that was, and everything you thought was genuinely the first time. You don't really acknowledge the rest of your past in the current setting. It's more like playing through a movie you've seen 1,000 times. Kind of true. And when it gets closer to current day and the thing you just pulled with Caliban, there's a twist in your chest of like that feeling of complex rage and sorrow and confusion and uncertainty, and you're not sure how you're going to react if you see him immediately. You don't wake immediately when you get to this point. Your brain still has to process that it has all these things, that you've incurred this sort of mental instability for a moment. You are still recovering when when you wake, you are in a place that you recall very vividly, but also, of course you do. You've been here thousands of times, but also it's hard to
For the
process.
first time.
And
Thank
it's
God.
this is so stupid.
Someone listen.
You
It's
hate,
been nearly 5 hours.
right?
And we
Help.
just need another 2 more hours. It's fine. We can hold out for another
Mhm.
2.
Pensive.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay. Only an hour of it is gonna be sex. Ah,
Yeah.
listen.
Caliban. That first off, jokingly, above board, how's your 2 levels of insanity, brother?
Um, Caliban is like, I think notably, uh, he's usually able to switch easily back and forth from like a approachable neutrality to a masking, engaging, or a little autism rambling. But right now, it's just like when he's not actually talking, it looks like he's going to kill something or himself.
Mm-hmm. It's been 3 days since he collapsed and is unresponsive to any attempts to wake him up, even if it's gentle or even if it's forced or anything. Nothing works. And Caliban, with the conclusion you drew of, well, curses can't be removed if they aren't there to remove, you dig a little too deep in your own head. And it hurts. Ah. You already had the deja vu, possessive obsession a little bit with Lex. You didn't know where it came from. You do now. It's one of the first things you recalled. How good of a fighter he is when he doesn't hold back. But aside from that, you vaguely understand that you've been around these people in some capacity for a very, very, very long time. You also know that there's been a betrayal on the part of a certain King of Light, now known as the Black King, of course, here. And it seems his karma came quite harshly against him. Instead of King of Light, he's the King of Dark right now. And no, I don't think he's happy about that, is all you can selfishly be okay with for now.
Right.
Everything else I gave you last night is also applicable.
Okay.
Hence the how's your insanity points, buddy?
You never quite explained to me what it'll do exactly, and you also said the explanation in the server is outdated.
Yes. If you want to riff a little
I'm
bit.
just assuming he's a little crazier than normal and thoroughly paranoid.
Yes, the intention is most of it is roleplay, and there's a few mechanical things from second to fourth levels of insanity. You have the second, which means you roll with constant advantage against charm spells, because it's fucking hard to do that. While you are at this level of insanity. Maylee is there, has been keeping an eye on both of you. I assume you've stopped in every day so far.
Just a peek. I think this one he actually stays.
She's sitting there watching.
It was either this one or the one below it where Lance got dumped.
It's really good.
The room we're in.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's this one.
That's funny as hell.
Yeah. Maylee doesn't know.
I think Caliban is staring at a wall.
You're staring at a wall?
Yeah.
You're a long death monk.
Mm-hmm.
You get the indication with the implied time loop stuff and what you've recently forced yourself to recall, which tick damage sound. Fucking Minecraft poison damage. Don't like how good you are at that. Grabs your mouth. No. So you vaguely recall that while you were so certain this was always you, there were times where this wasn't. This setup, this arrangement, this level of dedication. There was one part of you that went, was I a fucking paladin before? You're just like, hello? I'm 50? Like, that kind of, where are we? But I think it's less of a shock to you dealing with the cult and whatnot. It's still a weirdness of like, oh, it was that different sometimes. Oh boy. But you aren't as drastic of a hyperventilation pass out as other people right now. You kind of already knew something like that was happening anyway. So it was less of a earth-shattering revelation, more of a, oh, the building's collapsed. Do we have another one? Like,
can we get another building in here really quick?
Thanks, I love you. Like,
a second, no.
Yeah? No, go ahead.
Can we get a second tower in here?
It's really good.
Yeah.
This is our coping mechanism. Yours specifically. I'm having a great time.
I fear we're thriving.
Maylee is a few seconds after you, detecting rousing from whatever sleep he was in, whatever comatose state he was in. You catch it immediately.
You're not sure if it's the points of insanity, mechanically speaking, or the fact that he's not as dead as your long death had provided you. And it's not that he ever was close to death. It was more the way I do long death monk is a little strange, and I let people usually define it themselves, but in this instance, you are so focused on figuring out what the fuck that could mean. The curse, the curse. What could it be cursed? Why is he cursed? Lance, Chris, like, so you're trying to figure it out, and you kind of unintentionally hone in on whatever life signal you could get from him. And it's the same one you always have. It's the same fucking one. And it's a little dimmer, it's a little quieter, it's a little slower. Sometimes it got dangerously slow when he peeked in before. But he was always alive. And now it's back up to its normal heartbeat. Its heart rate is the same. And I think you immediately look over, whereas Melee slowly looks up after a few seconds of also detecting it. And she's silent and waits.
There's a quiet comment, not to rouse Lance too much, to just Melee, of like, he sounds better than he has.
I'm well aware. He's farther away from my clerical specialty. For the record, she's a grave cleric, I believe. Grave or death?
They shake hands. They've been vibing a little bit these
A little
past
bit.
few days.
A little bit. She's been
Yeah.
able to actually give context and information to you that others would find morbid.
Mm-hmm.
You're just like, fuck it, we vibe. So it's a little bit more of a comfort that someone like her is able to handle this effectively.
Yeah.
But she nods. He should wake up in the next 5 minutes, if that's the case. Do you want to alert the others? Or?
She's a Raven Knight, right?
Yes.
Caliban thinks for a second. And I think even with the context of him being able to force memories, the idea that Lance probably picked some up with no real concept of just how many he did. I think there's a second of like, do you know?
Oh, I was wrong, by the way. Her classes are worse. Her classes are worse, but she would still have the death autism bad news.
What is she?
Knowledge cleric stars druid.
Yeah.
You ask her if she knows very vaguely.
Yeah.
She looks off to the side in that manner of, no, what?
Time?
Ah, yes, the thing happening, yes. Commander told us.
I was able to force something.
Mm.
And
Not,
so
not good, but
I
go
worry
ahead.
that he might. He makes that noise and waves his hands a bit. It's just so. I imagine something similar could happen. I'm a bit anticipating that he freaks out a bit, and then maybe we alert the others once he's confirmed mentally stable.
A nod. If that is the case, I worry for the outcome of it. From what the commander has informed us, apparently for the 17th time,
Remembering has its downfalls. He speaks from odd levels of experience, and it's concerning. But I don't have full context. I believe Sai has more than me. Sai always
Is
seems to have
it?
the most.
Mhm. Would you be uncomfortable with leaving the room for a second while he wakes up?
She glances at him. Lance, you're about like fucking a minute out from Undertaker rising out of your seat. Um, and she shrugs. Would you like me to leave?
Yeah.
A nod. She stands up and heads over to the door, opens it, looks back at you both for a second, nods a little nervously, and closes the door behind her.
He waits.
You feel yourself, Lance, and it's weird. It's bad. It's like you've
Mm.
been in this body thousands of lifetimes longer than it's been alive. And
Mm.
the first thing you understand for just a second is that you're missing your wings. And then everything else hits. And I think you jolt upward suddenly. If I'm incorrect, feel free to correct me, but it's gasping for breath as if you forgot how to.
Yeah. It's the sudden like you'd been holding your breath underwater for too long and suddenly just up.
I think with what Melee had detected, there is a wastebasket nearby, and it looks innocuous. But I think you are nauseated physically. Do you think Lance would throw up?
No.
All right. So it's just a swing back, but you're good.
It's like it's definitely the start of a dry heave before his body just stops the movement midway through.
Yeah, QT canceled your nausea. Really quick.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But yes, what do you
But
do?
at the same time, like as the nausea gets canceled out, like his heartbeat feels loud. It's in his chest, it's in his throat, it's in his ears. It's too loud. He, Caliban notices that he's kind of like just staring down at his hands, not really present, but all too aware.
Remind me how tall Lance is.
That's a good question.
Didn't you say like 5'9" or 5'10"?
I think.
It might be 5'8". Unsure.
Uh,
Somewhere in that vicinity for sure. I know things.
I have 11.
I'm so good at this.
Caliban, in the most calm way, in this moment, wants to be small. And I will say this is the first time on screen that Caliban has left his cloak behind. He takes a second and quite literally will just, he's like sitting on his knees on the floor so that he can look up at Lance when Lance is done freaking out, essentially.
Hey, Lance. I'm gonna haunt you with this phrase. I'm gonna haunt you with this phrase now.
Yeah? Hit me with it.
It's a beautiful day outside.
Birds are singing. Flowers are blooming.
It's well lit in this room. It's early morning.
Hmm.
I could do a bit, but I'll wait.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a moment before Lance finally seems to register Caliban being there in the room with him. And when he looks over, there's the briefest flicker of fear isn't quite strong enough of a word for it. And then
Eric,
his hands grab the wastebasket again and he throws up.
Discord hates me. I think he watching just sort of, he does not touch Lance. He's very particular about that, but does go to hold the bottom of the basket
Hmm.
just so he doesn't have to worry about it.
Hmm.
He's not getting any closer than he has to.
He opens his mouth, closes it for a moment, taking like a just heavy breath, like he's trying to remember how to breathe for a moment, remember how to be a person, and then he opens his mouth again. I remembered all of it.
The
463.
does he look at Caliban?
It's less looking at and it's like looking at but also looking through at the same time.
If there's any thought behind those eyes, the immediate look on Caliban's face is one of immense guilt before he even starts talking. He thinks for a long while and just goes, "Are you going to go crazy, or do you just need to throw up a lot?"
For a moment, there's no response, no verbal, audible response. He isn't sure when it started, but he can feel the tears burning at his cheeks.
Caliban produces the handkerchief.
I gave my word to him so many times. I said I'd remember. I, how long? How long have I been out?
Just 3 days.
Have you have have you been here the whole time?
I go back to my house to sleep, but I think on average I was here for about 4 hours every day. I knew you weren't gonna wake up though.
Is there any of it that you remember?
One small thing and one big thing. Um, I remember seeing how strong Alexius was, and I remember hurting you all, and I remember something bad happening to you. There's some more context there, um, about the king, but I mostly remember the fight.
He looks like he's about to say something. And he pauses, finally seeming to actually look at Caliban rather than just distantly through or past him. You wouldn't you wouldn't do that this go around, would you?
No. I mean, no. I have people I care about. I guess I would pick, but I would also talk to you all, help you understand why I do care about them, and why I don't think you should fight them. But I also will say I haven't. I know who killed Aster, and I'm not as upset as I feel like I should be. And I don't feel as bad as I feel that I should. Caring about people is easy for me and difficult for me at the exact same time. But I think I decided as soon as I made you go into a coma, I don't want to hurt you. And then the memories definitely didn't help.
Nia's going to disintegrate as we speak anyway.
Right?
Already am, man.
It
Come
has been
on, Frank.
4.5 hours recorded, mind you. It's 5.5
Dude,
in.
God, no.
we are busy.
Our endless yaps. I did.
Plans. Uh-huh.
Hmm,
What were you gonna say, man?
this is.
Caliban, I think.
Hmm.
Hmm, sorry.
No,
Eva.
I'm just gonna take a screen cap, I think.
Okay.
Well, no. What were you
Caliban,
gonna say?
I think this is the first time that this loop, at least, that you see Lance actually shrink in on himself a bit.
Will more information make it worse?
I don't see how it could make it better.
He nods.
But that doesn't mean I shouldn't at least ask. Try to understand.
The person who did it. When I asked why, it was two things. First, Aster started the fight. And secondly, he threatened to abandon both Arthur and Lex directly to their faces. I don't think that he deserves to die, for the record. But I also don't know how recovery could have been possible.
I don't think there could have been any coming back from that.
Yeah. Alexios also knows who did it and my relationship with that person. You know who I'm involved with, right? Those people.
I do.
I'm not a spy. I'm not here on orders. I'm here because I want to be. I'm not a mole. I'm here because I want to be.
This is something that you guys are gonna instantly clock. You know the like blinking that I do when I'm like about to cry and trying not to.
Yep.
That's what Lance is doing. And just the rapid blinking.
Caliban puts a hand near him to see if that's pushing him.
There is a knock on the door. You've all lost. Both of you have lost track of time. Hilariously enough, it's been about 30 minutes,
Hmm.
and
I think Caliban.
Hmm?
it's just a knock on the door, not walking in.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think Caliban, for the sake of privacy, goes to answer it and half block Lance to let Lance do what he needs to do.
Almost on instinct. One hand like reaches out, freaking wrist. Peppa.
Yeah. He stops.
I know that the you here isn't the you from then. I'll try not to let memories of stuff that hasn't happened, stuff that won't happen, can't happen. I'll try not to let them affect me.
It's okay if they do. I don't want you to ignore things for my sake. I think I'm the same person. I just think you guys keep on doing things that make me change my mind. I should answer
There's
the
a
door. You want to come
there's
with
a
me?
weak laugh. There's a weak, watery laugh at that, but he does nod and stand up to follow.
You hear, well, you Caliban hear a familiar, deadpan though just resting voice of Melee going, "If he's getting out of bed, tell him to sit down."
I think Caliban checks to see if Lance can even stand up and like full supports him.
Would I have to roll a fucking dexterity save or something to see if I can stand up?
So, fucking medically
Or is it just
speaking,
a
you
no?
were, motherfucker, you were comatose fully from a psychological break. Your brain does not realize it has a body.
So that's a no.
No. Fuck you.
Caliban, yeah, Caliban catches him. I'm gonna put you back
Again,
down.
instinct. Again, like instinctive, just arms wrapping back around him in response.
There's a slightly louder volume to Melee. He's okay, just clinging.
Well, I've brought water, something a little sweet but not carbonated, and something to actually eat. I imagine he will realize he is hungry in a moment. Lance, the moment she mentions food, you go, right, it's been 3 fucking days. And your body goes, oh yeah, we should do that. That's a thing we should do.
Are there no like um IV drips
IVs.
of like nutrients?
Uh, it's like one of those
Well,
things of, it's
I
this,
guess just an IV drip of nutrients is different from actual food.
yes, it's meant to keep you stable, not really feed you. I've been through that.
Yeah,
You still gotta
yeah,
eat, but you
yeah.
can't eat if you aren't awake. So, it's literally just keeping you from dying. That's what that would do.
Mm, yeah.
There's other things you could do, but no one wants that, and you didn't need it. It looks at Zag,
Mm.
the tubes.
The tubes.
Yeah, there was no need for that. It's just you're gonna wake up ravenous when she realizes you're hungry, and she's bringing it to you.
Yeah.
She's not opening the door yet. You assume she either has a tray or is waiting for the permission, being polite.
I think Caliban tries to detach himself from bed and goes, I'm gonna stay.
He does allow Caliban to set him back down on the
Bed.
words. They're failing me.
Yeah. Caliban goes and opens the door.
She's standing there with a
Menacingly.
no, explicitly the opposite.
Oh,
She's standing there, and she is holding a tray, and it's water with ice, more or less, and she also has a smaller, you can only call it like a kid's cup of, but you can only assume it's like lemonade.
Lemonade.
Yeah, it is lemonade, but it's
Hmm.
like blue lemonade. You know what I mean? It's the
Huh?
it's the artificial colors and flavors.
What color was he?
Blue.
blue.
um, but there's blue lemonade, there's water with ice, and there are a few items that Lance, once you see the tray, you tear up again because of the everything you recall. Even if she doesn't understand the depths of it, all three of your comfort foods in previous loops are there. Meaning Lex recalls every single one you've told him.
You know, one of them's an old recipe your mother gave you when you wanted to move out and then never did, and she just knew. Your father had one. He could never perfect it and got mad when you did. And then your sister. All three comfort foods that you didn't tell anybody in this loop, but you told him several times over before. And he remembers them. I imagine you're like a little weepy about it.
Yeah, just sad with cat.
Yeah. I sound too
She,
happy about that. My apologies. Damn.
They are getting my boy.
They got me up.
my boy, my brand.
Start sobbing, my brand. Anyway, go ahead, guys. She hands the tray to you, Caliban. He's like, I assume you'll need some time to recuperate.
Yeah.
I can give you a few hours to make sure he doesn't. Looks over at him. I assume the wrong term is die here, but assume he doesn't pass out again.
Will he need to get out of here or stay for observation?
He'll be fine. I assume it's just a lot of psychological stress. Oddly timed for your trip, but otherwise fine. As long as he doesn't have a psychological break mid-trip, you should be fine.
Ideally, you won't.
Ideally.
Yeah.
And she goes to turn
Uh,
slightly away to leave you be.
like,
Can you thank Lex and if he ever wants to talk about what he remembers,
She holds up a hand before you speak more. You don't need to thank him. He would have done it anyway. He's like that. But I will pass along the message anyway. He will dismiss it all the same.
just because he would have done it anyway doesn't mean I can't feel
Uh,
gratitude for it.
I know. He's just like this right now. He'll be alright. And so will you. I will pass along the second part of the message as well, if you insist. He is going on
Thank you.
vacation as well, though, so I don't know if I'll be able to catch him. She nods and goes to leave. She does like move to close the door with a question mark in her like look of do you want to or shall I? To Caliban, who is holding a tray.
he just nods.
A little bit of a curtsying nod, if that makes sense, not like bowing or anything, just the polite one. And
But Caliban didn't speak. Why would she curtsy?
blinks individually. What do you mean? Anyway, again, it closes the door and you hear her walk off.
The tray is sort of sat in front of Lance. We are making this session 5 hours long. Lock in.
Sorry. He there's another like quiet mutter of thanks as he it's not like he's physically holding back from just tearing into the food because he just got sick. There's also the so it's just small bites.
Does Lance let Caliban walk a bit away?
I feel like he noticed Caliban start to try to walk away and just gave this sad puppy eyes. Sniffles.
He thinks for a second. Is there enough room on this goddamn bed for 2 men and a tray?
Does it like that?
Listen, it's not like that unless we're rolling for it.
Unless this
The
is a
dexterity saving throw.
Make room, bitch.
guys. No, there's more than enough space when someone's laid down. It's just one person, but if you're sitting, it's
Hmm.
even unless you're wide enough to take up 2 squares, you
Girl.
know, 10 feet wide. Anyway.
10 feet wide, 5 feet tall.
Fucking, where's that picture of fat ass Bugs Bunny?
Log in.
I found it. It's Big
No.
Chungus.
Oh my god. No context for anything. Yui!
I like the failed transparent.
I'm gonna die in this house. Help, help, help. Server meets Yuppie in the chat, I guess. Log in. So what do you do? Anything specific?
I think it's just guys being dudes.
Yeah.
Let me touch your
Just
dick.
dudes being guys.
No, listen. That's on recording, by the way. It's that reference. Anyway, if that's all, I will end it here.
Mm.
Is that
Please,
good?
Yeah.
before I die.
Okay.